Okay.
I just
What'd you say?
Oh,
Oh. Ooh, this is bad.
well.
Oh boy. Oh Lord Jesus.
What happened?
Go ahead. I think you're good now, Nathan. Aaron, your headphones again, by the way.
Erin mouthing, but she's not saying.
guys, this is gonna be a bad night.
Yeah,
This is
that's
gonna be a
her.
rough night.
That's her headphones. It's totally fine, guys. This is gonna be so great. Oh, there it goes again.
Oh, sneak peek on notes.
I'm gonna
for,
shoot something.
July, if you want to go back and pause that.
Liz, I'm so stoked. I am so stoked.
Yeah.
About our characters for that.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be so much fun. That's gonna be so interesting. My
Wait,
goodness.
so Aaron, you're changing then?
Yes. Liz and I had said that we wanted to do this particular dynamic for whenever we had a one shot next, and I totally forgot about it. So yeah, Liz did a group message, you, me, and her, to talk about it.
Well, Liz texted it. I don't think you ever confirmed.
Yeah, I did. Multiple times.
Notes.
Oh, no, you are correct. I did not.
I think you
did not. But no.
Are you sure?
There's a typed out message that I didn't send. I'm gonna send that now.
Nice.
There you go. It's there now.
Okay.
Oh crap! My Wi-Fi is gonna be like this too. This is gonna be great, guys.
I am gonna.
That's why I'm already drinking.
It's gonna be so
my
awesome.
nose, and I will be right back. If I start sniffling or my breathing's really heavy, just tell me and I'll mute because I won't know. It's just habit.
What'd you say, Nathan?
If he's sniffly,
he's blowing his nose.
Let him
I think he
know.
can hear you.
All right. I didn't get to rewatch the session, so I don't remember anything.
Okay, so I'm going to X-nay my my sound stuff. I'm gonna X-nay that sound stuff just because I think my Wi-Fi is not gonna handle it.
Do you think
Am I
that's
okay
why
now?
you've been having trouble? Yeah, you're fine. Is that why you're? Is that maybe why you're having trouble?
I think it's just I just cut it off too just now. My goodness, I guess that might be why that I'm having like more issues than normally.
You instantly cleared up. Like just now.
That's so annoying.
Your
I'm
audio,
so sad because I love it so much.
I know, me too. That was so cool.
Well, I guess
also,
it is not meant to be.
I have a newfound love for tank tops because I get to show off the tat.
Yeah.
And did I mention?
I love tank tops, man. Sleeves are bullshit all the way. With Marish and Ray.
Also, I'm gonna when I get jacked, it'll be nice to have the tank tops.
Oh, guys, I'm getting all the muscles from martial arts and everything. I'm like all the gains and stuff.
Yes.
I also have bruises from martial arts and stuff. I don't know if you can tell.
You will be a real life monk. Kick everyone's ass.
Yeah, real life monk all the way, guys.
We're live.
Yes, we are. Sorry. So, getting into this. Let's go.
Look, my gosh, I have so much crap in my pockets. I took my rings off when I was cooking, and I was gonna put them back on.
Last few sessions, kind of taking my older, we'll do this. Some calm background music since this is a part of this system and not anything additional. We'll have that in the background. Anyway, so since arriving at the capital, you guys entered during a festival celebrating the new Champion of Honor, while the Shadows End lost theirs. A toll died, right? After that happened, you guys ended up tracking down the assassins, killing them, not tracking them down. They kind of found you, but you guys killed them in that whole situation. But as you guys settled into the city, you guys just began to pursue the Aeltress, learning more about the information about the Aeltress from Give. And in the process, you guys met Durlon the Alchemist, Merrick Lacal, Tresemme, Seraphina / Cook. Inala spoke with her father. Restock did a lot of research about the history of Tal, which you guys are learning more and more about progressively. Kanari contacted Jen Yin, who attempted to break things off with her for her own safety. Give found you guys, giving you guys the leads on the Aeltress that you guys have started on, including but not limited to the auction with the Aljaver family. After sending him off to seek out new information, you all tried to solve your Tellurian ministry problem by persuading Ambassador Achelon to pretend to be to pretend that Nemo is indeed Patronus, under the condition that you all rescue his son. After, you guys have picked up different information about that situation, being that Patronus, the information about him and the caravan and everything was sold through someone from their own retinue, like someone on the inside, working for Achelon, but you guys don't know who yet. After meeting with the ministry last session, the three ladies convinced the ministry that Obligator Abjur, who was speaking with you guys and used a Zone of Truth spell to try to pull out direct answers from you guys, but you guys were able to talk around that well enough to where you guys ended up convincing the ministry that you guys are no threat to their furthered interests, or at least no ethereal threats or whatnot. You guys have lowered the suspicion that had fallen on your heads previously. Meanwhile, Nemo was able to. Oh, okay, so continuing with this, actually. You discovered that the Sanskars were given insider knowledge. We talked about that. You guys learned, actually, from Gavda, the leader of the Sanskars that you guys fought recently after saving a bunch of kids as part of the Khani Azad caravan. After saving those kids, you guys discovered the location of the Sanskar base camp. So you guys have that information if you want to seek that out. In which case, she didn't know anything specifically about Patronus and that whole deal, but she told you that anyone who would be at the base camp, so you guys could seek out more. After learning more about that stuff, or before that, actually, you guys had met up with the protectors of the material plane, Hangwan Jun, Sejue Jingyi. You guys learned more about Yu Jiwan / Lusitania and her plans, her nefarious purposes. You also convinced Hangwan Jun to help you guys by raising a toll from the dead, convincing him that it was the right thing to do. And he agreed to help you guys in exchange for your help in bringing Lusitania / Yu Jiwan down. You guys are set to meet up with him for this resurrection come 5 days hence, on the 25th of Yodul. And you guys are going to need a crystal powerful enough or big enough to channel the power of the spell, which is meta, worth 500 gold or more, crystal, a diamond specifically, and 2, a soul in exchange, because any arcane means beyond divine arcane means, you need to give a soul in exchange to be able to steal a soul from the afterlife, in essence, because of Janora's coveting of souls and the need for that equivalence to be done. A life for a life, so to speak. And with that, and then meanwhile as well, Nemo made a deal with the core, and also, unbeknownst to anyone else, has a casting of the Raised Dead spell filling his hijack slot. This deal that he made was in exchange for the intention to erase the ritual that created him, Nemo's powers, but also the idea that he cannot heal himself from the magical illness that's presently tearing his body apart. In exchange, yep. So, last session, you guys also spent the night with the refuge, within the refuge of the Khani Azad. There, you guys were given room and board with the orphanage. Anala noticed a figure lurking behind you guys the past few days. Someone's just been following you guys. You guys haven't sought out who exactly, or spoken to them, or figured out who exactly it is following you. but there's probably multiple eyes on you. And Kanari noticed Hakir standing outside of the orphanage as well, lurking in kind of a creepy manner. But when she looked into his thoughts, it was more out of survivor's guilt that he was hanging around rather than anything else. When you guys went to the bank the next day, Hakir wasn't where you guys were supposed to meet up with him, so you guys went to the bank on your own. You guys met up with some very rude bank tellers, some very snooty people who kind of kicked you guys out. And then Hakir ended up meeting back up with you as Kanari had waited behind to see if he would actually show, which he did. And you guys eventually get your money. Hakir foregoing his portion of the pot because of his guilt about surviving when his comrades didn't, and was intending to send most of the money back to the fallen members, his fallen comrades' families. Let's see. You guys joined him on his way back to the guild, the Golden Steel. You guys met his boss, Munir, and were offered membership if you so chose. Membership itself giving you different perks, things like discounts on weapons inside the city, discounts on other things, as well as jobs where you guys could build some coin if you guys wanted to. After that, you guys went to the temple, you guys did that whole spiel, and presently Nemo has separated from you guys. As you guys went to the temple, Nemo went off to do his own thing, and he ended up finding the black market again for that evening, as well as locating some sending stones. Did you end up buying those sending stones, Nemo?
You said they're 50 for each?
50 per pair, yes.
I don't need 2, so I'll just buy 1.
Okay. So
you did know that Karhale was looking for some, just to, BT dubs.
That is
Did
true.
you not get
You
any?
were aware that Karhale was looking for some. She found the same expensive pair that you found
ruby
before.
ones. But I feel like that would not send the appropriate message to the person I planned on giving them to.
Okay, I can get 2.
Okay, mark off 100 gold
Payback.
from your stuff, as well as mark 2 silver for traveling between wards as you travel back to the Penice ward. So 100 gold and 2 silver. Next, where we left Kanari, Karhale, and Nala was within the temple itself, as you guys were presently exiting, and then wanted to ask some questions to the younger page that had greeted you guys initially on entrance. I don't think you guys ever caught his name, but this young, more like a boy, had agreed to help you guys out and led you guys towards the archives where he might find an answer to your guys' question. Your question had specifically been if there was any mention of a Norval within the history of Tal. Is that correct? That's what I recall from what I just rewatched. So you guys had inquired upon that, and he didn't know personally the name Norval, but he offered to take you down. He seemed rather excited about the concept of being able to go through the archives. So as you guys descend behind him, there are multiple. So as you guys go down this hallway, I'm going to change this. I don't like this background music. Okay. So as you guys descend deeper into the Temple of Ere, the Temple of Honor, it is vast. It is a very large temple. We've already stated this so far. There's this giant statue outside of the temple that you guys had seen upon entrance. This giant statue that struck those of you who had seen, specifically actually Karhale, because Anola wasn't a part of the visions initially, actually. But she noticed that the armor that the man was wearing on the statue was the same style of armor that you guys had seen in the vision that you guys had way back when. As you guys descend in and you see this little bumbling page in front of you, excited about the prospect of going down, you guys descend 1 floor, then a 2nd floor. And you guys go down long corridors that become more of a maze, a labyrinth than anything you guys have seen thus far. Karhale not really being in having gone to major cities that would have major buildings like this, and then Kanari staying within her monastery. Anala would be the only one with this sort of experience, and she seems to be tracking where you guys are going as you guys descend, as well as she can. Actually, I'm going to roll for her to see if she remembers that very well. And she does. She seems to be keeping a keen eye on the turns and twists and stuff as you guys are going. This young page brings you further in until finally he takes a turn into a set of double doors, which opens into a very dusty room full of scrolls, many, many scrolls. There are very few tomes, very few books. Instead, every shelf is this like circular shelf that has scrolls just wrapped up and tucked into these different shapes. The shelving themselves is actually interesting in of itself, being that there's shapes carved into different walls and different wooden shelving. He starts to go forward and starts to peruse through different scrolls, turns back to you and says, what period of time do you think this Norval was from? Like, how far back should I be looking, actually?
The Dark Days, I believe.
Okay. We don't have very much about that. And he ends up foregoing the shelf he started to look through and instead goes behind. He goes deeper, far into the corner of the room, and you guys see him pull open a chest, pulling it out kind of from the corner. It's tucked under multiple different objects, different things that he kind of pushes off of it, different chests themselves, and he goes for the furthest one down and unhooks it, unlatches it, opens with a creak. It doesn't seem to be open very often. And as he peruses through those scrolls, let's see for him what he gets. So he does pull out maybe 3 or 4 scrolls, rolls them out, starts perusing them, eyes kind of skittering across the page quickly. They're written in Talon. Karhala, you kind of glance over his shoulder and see a script that you can't read. Anala glancing over, seeing the same thing. Kanari, you just hearing paper and being annoyed that it's paper, things to read. As he goes through, he's kind of mumbling to himself some of the words, ends up kind of looking up at a certain point, says, I don't find any mention of a Norval for this time period. Do you think maybe something later? Because this is before any locks eyes with you, Karhale. The Dark Days, as far as I understand from what it's saying here, Tal wasn't really formed until after. So any records that they have here probably
the stories I heard
you probably wouldn't have it if it was specifically associated with that time frame, I don't think.
I don't think he was associated with Tal. I know from the story that he was a servant of Taylor and that he had divine power and that he was a captain of the honor guard.
Something you say that does spark a memory to where he opens one of the scrolls that he had pulled out from the Dark Days scrolls, and he goes, it does mention an honor guard. I think it's part of, so Hestria, the society, used to be split between the 5 gods, back before people realized that there were only Taylor, of course. But the country itself was split into the 5 different countries, each one associated directly with the god that they served. So the honor guard themselves was the military associated with Taylor's country, the country that worshipped him specifically, I guess, his state, his province of a sort. So I am assuming maybe that name might just be one of their generals, maybe one of their in the various hierarchies, someone upper, if they're wearing armor that was like the one you see on the statue. I'm not even sure if the people that designed the statue itself knew exactly what they were designing. They probably based it off of other things, maybe, because it was made in the last maybe 200 years or so.
Okay.
And I don't think there's any pictures in here, but Do you want me to check maybe later on? Maybe there's another mention later down the line from historians that might have looked further back and had different materials.
That would be great. I'd love to know, how the story ends.
How
It
much
kind of left.
time? How much time do you guys intend to stay here to peruse with him? Because I would say it took him about 30 minutes, up, not even actually, an hour, maybe verging on an hour and a half kind of thing to find what he did in the scrolls, perusing through those. And he does warn you that it'll take him time to look through, but by all means he's down.
I don't know if we exactly have time for that, but I do have some questions that are a little bit more recent that you might just know off the top of your head, being so smart and stuff.
Oh, thanks. Kind of blush.
Just some questions about Jezrien.
Oh, of course, yeah. The Champion of Honor is one of my favorite things to research back in. Oh, go ahead. What's the question?
Well, I was more looking into his lineage. Do you happen to know the names of his wife and children, and what happened to them?
Yeah, probably. Off the top of my head, his wife, and we'll say he says off the top of his head. I just don't know it off the top of my head.
Come on, DM. You don't know every little bit of your lore right off the top
Off the
of your
top
head.
of my head. I'm so sorry. I'm a failure. But
Absolute failure.
to be honest, I'm not even sure where I put this information. It's fine. It's fine. I'll find it.
My other question was, where was the location that Jezrien died? If you happen upon that information.
Where is the location that Jezrien died? Okay, so he can tell you that one. So the location where he died is actually within the capital here, and it's the town hall is
Town
where
hall.
he died. And he
Okay.
explains to you actually, it's pretty dark, really. They have a memorial set up for him and his statue in the courtyard of the town hall of the city hall as well. And that's because it was during a peace talk of sorts, I suppose. It was during a speech that Jezrien was intending to give in association with the Shaitan, back when the country hadn't realized the dangers posed by anyone born with arcane magic, and the evil that is just inborn to anyone who practices that form of magic, anything that's not divine from Honor himself. And so it was during a speech he was about to give, but before he was able to give it, he was killed.
So kind of like what recently happened with the Druid tribe up north and that one priest.
Oh, Rachel wants to be in. Let in.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
I'm so sorry, Rachel. I made things full screen.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so presently, Inala, you are with Karhal and Kanari down within the archives of the temple, as they've inquired from the page boy, the young man that kind of brought you guys in for your appointment with the obligator, as they inquire about some more history questions and such. This one being where Jezrien was killed, which was within the city hall, within this city, Eralt itself, the capital, and killed during peace talks, in which Karhale has just commented that it was very similar to what happened up north with the Druids, where there was a gentle, merciful priest who wanted to try to find a way of having peace between Tal and the Druid tribes up north, but was immediately killed by one of the Druids, and that sparked the entire war, because him being killed, they killed the Druids, then all the other Druids came and it just sparked the whole thing. And Kanari, and you guys discovered from someone, I forget who told you, Hongguan Jun, right?
Jinyi and Shishui.
And Sidgwick told you guys that it was actually Nide who had disguised himself as Druid to kill the priest, to spark the entire
Yeah, it was
war
more
itself.
of a wry comment.
Oh yeah. And the boy himself, he kind of like, his eyes kind of go up into this middle distance of thought. Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess it's pretty similar. Weird.
If you just want to text me the Jezreel's wife and kids' names, it's not like
okay.
immediately.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
not like
no worries.
immediately important unless you think it's immediately important.
Text the group chat.
Well, they're not
down.
names. They're not names that you recognize. So the names that they are one, his wife was named Mirza. Mirza, his child, 2 kids specifically. One, a boy, one, a girl. The girl was the youngest. The boy was the oldest.
I thought you
There
said
had
there
been
were
3,
two
one had
sons.
died. Mm-hmm.
Initially, you told me 2 sons, so there were 3, 2 boys and 1 girl.
3 children, 2 boys, 1 girl.
Okay.
And the girl survived. Sorry. 2 boys. One of the boys had passed away. They're all, as far as, what did I tell you before? Did they all pass away or did they go missing?
You said it's unclear what happened to them.
Okay. So then what he tells you is that once that happened and Jezreel had Jezreel had already disengaged royal family. You'd already been told that, right?
Wait, sorry.
He'd already forsworn his royal lineage, basically, before he started traveling with the Western Winds. He's kind of giving you this little summary as he goes in context. But after that had happened, he married a woman who was not royal and everything, had children that were not royal, so they weren't recorded in the major more important archives and like history books and stuff like that, because they weren't important anymore. But he knows this because of like the deeper classes that he's done. And so after that happened, he made this family, and they are up in the wind. Not really sure where they are. They're probably living out in the country somewhere, the family of Jezreel. But Jezreel came back on the scene with the Western Winds and saving people and Coagumus and killing that dragon, and came back into the scene, and then got back into the public eye. But he didn't bring his family with him. They were not a part of this. No one saw his children or anything after his initial disengaging from the royal lineage and all that. And if there were questions nothing's recorded about them and whether they came back into or anywhere, or if anyone knows where they went. But the children, so Mirza's the daughter, and then you have
I thought you said Mirza's the wife.
Mirza's the wife, sorry.
Okay.
She's a she in my mind. Mirza's the wife. Daughter is Amen. Like amen, but Amen. Amen. And then you have the son, Asmar. Amen and Asmar as his children.
What about the third one that died?
The third one that died, he does not remember. The little boy doesn't. The page speaking to you, he doesn't recall. The child died young.
Okay.
Noted. And as far as history was concerned and what was recorded, both children and the wife has survived Jezreel, but no one knows where. Jezreel never told anyone where he kept his family, basically.
Okay. Might have to ask my mom. Got a question for her now. All right. That was all I had.
Any other questions that I can give to you guys, or I could lead you guys back upstairs?
I mean, I'm really the only one who has much interest in this kind of thing.
I appreciate you asking. No one ever really asks me questions like this.
I'm happy to oblige.
Canari's gonna say, I know this is a long shot, but we were up north at one point visiting a temple up there. It looked like it might have belonged to maybe Taylor or maybe Asian, but the inside was decimated and burned. Do you know anything about temples
Oh.
being destroyed?
It was the Telendrian one. Way back from the Histrian area.
I actually think I know what you're talking about. The temple up north,
by the Gazuda Springs.
Near Aren, yeah?
Was it the one by Gazuda Springs or the one by Aren?
No,
Gazuda Springs, I've never been there, but as far as I understand, that's just a way station, like memorial thing through like between like an oasis of some sort. I don't think it's a temple though. I don't think
it is.
I've never heard of it spoken about that. I've only heard about it in reference to traveling for caravans. But
we went to a temple. Did we go to a temple in Iran?
Not in Iran.
I think what you're referring to though is the Telendrian temple for I think it's for Shinyu, if that's how you pronounce his name. Up north. That one was the old god for cunning and intelligence.
The one up
by god of knowledge of sorts.
By the coast? The one up by the coast, right?
Yeah, the one up by the coast. It's been locked for as far as I've been alive. I don't think there's any mention of it being open or entered by anyone though. So it's amazing if it is now. I'm surprised it hasn't been mentioned by any that's interesting. I'll inquire. I'm very curious if maybe I missed something.
No, but
as far as damage is done to temples, the only thing that comes to mind is, well, there was back with Jezrien, actually bringing this back to Jezrien again, the dragon flying around and everything had been destroying Jezrien's temple, Taylor's temples, and destroying any of his imagery and basically just hurting his name in a sense. It seemed like he had a very personal vendetta against Honor himself.
Do you know why?
No, that's what I was going to ask.
Personally, does he? I have no idea. With a natural one, I've never really thought to ask. It was just something that people talked about, and that was the reason that Jezrien and the Western Winds destroyed him, was because of his his dishonor.
Very interesting.
That, and he was killing many people. But
some people say I look like a lot like one of them, the druid. I get that a lot, and I'm gonna walk away.
And he kind of like looks at you kind of askance as you leave the room and everything. He hops up and kind of starts giving you more like intentional looks as he's trying to size you up and see if like, wait, what pictures has he seen compared to you and everything. He goes, you really don't look anything like the depictions we have of.
Do you have any depictions of them?
Yeah. Hold on.
Can I? He caught my attention.
He would get up and like start following after, kind of. He brings you to the other side of the archives, the far side here, and there's on this side, instead of just scrolls, you guys also see different kinds of tomes, books of different sizes and different ages. He pulls out one, slides open to a page that he seems very familiar with this history book itself, flips it open, and he shows you an illustration of what seems to be a group of ragtag individuals. And when he points out one individual, that's a female, taller than the other females in the group. She also doesn't look. it's hard to tell. It's not a colored picture necessarily, but it doesn't seem as druid wild. She's depicted in Talon clothes, Talon wear, and looks nothing like your mother actually, and looks like a normal person.
So she doesn't look like a Genasi at all?
But to be fair, it is hard to tell in the sense that it's just a black and it's like an inked drawing depiction. And he flips to a couple more. Some of them are in different style of design. Some of them, there's even one that's in color, and this one you can tell is definitely not even trying to look like Genasi. It's instead of the gray skin that is your tone and Nora's tone, it is tanned in like a normal Talon's skin tone. Darker. So it's like a darker brown, dark tan and everything. But it's definitely not Genasi.
Bunch of racists.
And you can tell from the others' designs in the book and everything, everyone is depicted in a similar manner to where they don't look different, in essence. Like anyone who had a magical more heritage, like Enora herself, they are in essence like Talon washed. And he goes, like I said, you don't look anything like her.
Well, don't believe everything you read.
And I'm walking away again.
But everything you read is true, though. And but he starts to lead you guys out, unless you guys have any other questions or inquiries that he would go through the archives for.
I don't think so.
Okay. He leads you guys up through the temple, up through the multiple floors. And Nala, you were able to kind of track where you guys were going, and the general path to the archives themselves. You recall as you come up. You can write down that you know the path to the temple's archives, as just a note, because Anala rolled very well and was able to remember. And I rolled for you earlier as context. Anyway, as you guys go up, you guys exit out the front entrance, the large archway, the marble path, the vastness of the temple itself that had kind of like swallowed you guys whole entering. Now you guys coming outside, it's a breath of fresh air, no more of that holy pressure, this overly Taylor pressure, especially with the things that you guys have been discovering recently. As you guys are exiting, it does strike you how it's very somber in this temple. Like normally temples that you guys might have visited before, Karhale maybe in Kel, Nemo, well not Nemo in this case, but Inala back in Elethkar, temples normally have this somber tone to them. However, kind of leaving as you guys are right now, it strikes you again how somber everyone is. And there's also whisperings of the fallen Sun King and what his death means for the country itself, as well as for the Honorous himself. There's a kind of mixed feeling about it as well, being that the bloodline itself, the bloodline for the king, was blessed by Taylor. And if that bloodline ends, what does that mean for the country itself? So, as you guys step out into the bright, heated sun of Tal, you guys see Nemo at a distance, waiting for you guys as he's... Well, actually, no, you would have been up at the block market. So I'd say you guys, it's coming on evening now, as you guys have spent a good amount of time here at the temple, figuring out the stuff with the obligated and everything. Is there anything you guys would like to try to achieve for the rest of the day, or head back to an inn? Where are you guys planning to stay, actually? Are you guys going to go back to the refuge?
That's a great question.
I don't think we should go back to the refuge necessarily. We don't want to endanger those kids any more than
we have?
basically.
I mean, you're not wrong. I do need to go back because I wanted to give them that money. There was also... I have a thing.
You have a thing?
I have a thing I need to do, alone.
Okay.
And all, I might need your help briefly, but not for that long. Um, so Kanori, what you said earlier, you were right
Remind
about
me. I like being right, but remind me what I was right about.
about me not being myself since it's all. You were right.
Oh,
I've given in to my chaos, my anger. My Kira's been severed, and I haven't known
what?
my Kira. You know, the my connection with the earth.
Ah,
I haven't known
yes.
where to put the anger, and it's been poisoning me slowly, I think.
Do we need to get you a healer then, or
Not not literally poisoning me.
oh,
I
I can't
I
tell.
I need answers, and I think I know where to find them. And that's uh why I need you and Nala. If you can help me find a place.
Where are you going?
It's better that you don't know.
I don't like that answer.
Well, that's the
Inside
answer you
joke.
got.
Don't make me read your mind.
Oh,
I'm not. But seriously,
Let me remind you.
I'm
You
not. I'm not.
promised
I'm not. I
to
can't take
never
thoughts.
read my thoughts without my permission. If you remember that.
I haven't. So calm down and feel the flipping off energy coming from me. um, no, but fine. Keep your secrets then. Just don't do anything stupid.
How can I? You're taking all the stupid with you.
Maybe I'll get arrested then. That sounds fun. You might want to get arrested with me, since we're obviously not invited to this little thing.
Nemo, I would say, is not here. He's
Dang it.
gone
I'm
off to
kidding.
the black market for
Nothing.
the evening.
It just
It is
smells
presently
like
evening for you
I
guys,
just
so it's
smelled
like
like
sunsetting and all that.
I just smelled old cabbage and I thought Nemo was close by, but my bad.
Cabbage.
I don't know.
Well, I'd rather you not know where I am, but it occurs to me that for safety's sake, you probably need to. Inala, I'm looking for a temple of. She kind of looks side to side. I'm
Roll a
looking for.
perception check.
It's just the two of us, or the three of us. So
Just
the
Kanara's gonna
two of
mind
us.
link with the two.
Okay, yeah, I'll just.
Oh, fair.
There we go.
You mind link both
Just the
Karhala and
two
Anala
of us.
as well into Kanari's party line,
Yeah. Welcome to Kanara's party line.
So
where you
I'm.
can party all day.
So I'm looking for a temple of Janora. She and I are a bit overdue for a conversation, I think. If you could, there's one here, it's going to be kind of underground, and I feel like that's kind of your speed. I mean, I could just wander out into the desert and try communing with nature and that kind of thing, but if I can get in touch with somebody who actually already has a pretty established relationship with her, who can, put in a good word for me or whatever whatever the hell it is you do to talk to a deity like that, then that would probably make my life easier.
Fair enough. Oh. Yeah, I'm probably not much use in that, so I'll just chill, I guess.
I'm so sorry.
Are
There's
you okay?
a bunch of smoke outside because of wildfires in Canada. So I just been breathing in smoke all day.
no.
Oh my goodness.
So my throat is a little. Anyway,
You're
From
smoking your
smoking
back
all
to 3 packs a day.
from
It's
smoking
yeah.
all that
it-
shia.
You already smoked all that shia I gave you?
No, I have a cold.
Oh,
Cold.
Allergies, guys.
But no, seriously, it actually smells like a campfire outside. It's really bad.
Oof.
I'm gonna have to pee like 20 times tonight. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll help you. I mean, it's gonna make your life easier.
I don't know, you're good at talking to people and finding things, and if there is,
Well, I don't know about talking to people part, but I can find things.
well, I mean talking to like the shady people.
that she can.
No, if
Oh no, I kind of take it as a compliment, so thanks.
okay, good enough.
Okay.
Should we? Well, I mean, Kanari, I guess you can come with us, but
I'm just gonna wander around the underground market, I think, while you guys do your thing. I'm not much use in
okay.
a temple.
Okay. So Anala, Carhala, as you guys separate off to go looking this evening for something worshiping a place of worship for Janora, the goddess of law and order, natural law and order. Anala, go ahead and roll me an investigation check with advantage because Carhali's helping. See if you can find them. It's going to be hard because this is illegal on multiple levels, as well as
I rolled the same number twice.
you guys don't necessarily have connections into the underground, so this will be a difficult check. But what did you get?
18, both times, but still good.
Nice. So 18. Okay. So as you guys are searching, it takes you about 2-3 hours of looking around the city and searching around. So go ahead and mark off 2, make it 4 silvers for leaving Uptown Array, which is 2 silvers itself, and then descending into the different wards and kind of moving around the wards trying to look. So go ahead and mark off those silvers per person. And as you guys are searching, it takes you that amount of time just to get to a point where someone directs you using Thieves' Cant and Nala, speaking to someone in a tavern, deep into a tavern. There's an older lady sitting at a table who's playing cards, plaques with herself. And this quiet, calm woman overhears you inquiring in Thieves' Cant to the tavern owner. And when the tavern owner doesn't really understand what you're saying or trying to ask, you're like, okay, he doesn't speak it. You turn around and she responds to you in the same code, in the same Thieves' Cant. And you go and sit down and she offers to play a game of plaques with you. And after about a 5-10 minute game of plaques, she ends up slipping you a piece of paper, and you, under the radar, step out, step away quietly, and follow the directions given to you on the little piece of paper. As you guys are making your way deeper into the city based on the directions, you guys end up finding your way towards the border of the Ryoside ward. The Ryoside ward being kind of the residential area of the city. And as you guys go deeper within there, you guys find your way to a sort of bathhouse and everything, because the city itself, it has a lot of these large oasis water pools of water. A lot of them are meant for bathing, a lot of them are meant for clothing washing, like all kinds of things, but they have a lot of pools of water, especially in a desert like this. It's kind of, it adds a certain level of beauty and awe to the city. And one of these pools are meant for this bathhouse that you guys find your way to. It's unnamed. It's just kind of called the bathhouse on this corner of town. It's not for upclass. It's not for anyone of importance. Exactly. And on the little piece of paper, there was a few. There was the phrase to give. It was.
I love code phrases. You know me so
It wasn't
well, Liz.
necessarily a code phrase, but it was The phrase that all followers of Janora would give being, what was it? I think it was basically that let law guide you. No, let us follow the paths given by law, I believe. To follow the order given. Let us follow the orders given, the order given. And when you say this to the bathhouse keep person, they end up leading you down one of their halls into one of the kind of a locker room of sorts, but the place to change for the bathhouse itself. And within there, he leads you down a different corridor, and it leads you down a set of stairs through not a trap door, but it's kind of a hidden door of sorts. It's buried behind multiple piles of towels and different knickknacks that they use for the bathhouse, and it opens into like this little drop where you jump down, go down a ladder, and then you guys are within the sewers of the city. Within the sewers, it doesn't smell good. It's quite disgusting, and it's beyond you how anyone would want to be down here of their own free will. You follow the man deeper into the sewers, and he leads you into a opening, not an open room within the sewers, more of an opening for workers, anyone who needs to do fixes for the sewers themselves, or any adjustments to anything within the sewers, unplugging things, probably stuff like that. But in this opening, there seems to be a small shrine. It is presently not open to anyone. As not open, but it's like no one's there. Empty. There's flickering candles sitting on this low table to the ground. There's this nice satin rug that's in front of it, and on the low table there's this tapestry that's laid out over it. Beautiful. Seems well crafted, but not finely crafted. It seems not to be made out of super expensive threads or anything of that sort, but it seems to be lovingly made by followers of Janora, goddess of law and order. The rug itself that's in front of this small shrine it's got these little marks in it that make it look like people have kneeled in the same spot thousands of times, like so often that the small spots where a pair of legs would be kneeling has been worn down thinner than the rest of the rug. And so it's got this like it's a deep green, like dark green, but in that spot where the knees normally would have been, right at the center, it's been worn down to a lighter color of green. And as he steps away from you guys, he lets you guys kind of, it's a simple thing. This small shrine, it's nothing special. There's not even any specific items on the table that's kind of say anything, nothing, no specific symbol of Janora that Inala would recognize, or you would recognize Karhale. It's done so that no one would be able to call them on it if this shrine was found. But the colors themselves make a reference to the goddess of nature. And the tapestry, as you kind of lean over it, seems to tell a story of nature. The growth of a tree on one side, the growth of a flower on another, and the growth of and the phases of the moon on another, and the phases of the ocean tide on another. And it tells those stories in a beautiful way, making reference to the idea of nature and its orderly laws. But he leaves you to your own devices. What would you like to do, Karhale?
Thank you for coming with me, but you don't need to stay. I think I can find my way back out. Unless you really want to stay while I sit here and meditate. I'm gonna be here for a while.
Okay.
I mean, I was gonna smoke too, so if you wanted to stay for that and then leave, that would be cool.
Well, I was gonna leave, but then you said smoke. I'll just do it later. I'll let you do your thing.
As a note for the DM, Shia gives me the +2 to my wisdom checks, and that's what I need for this. So
That is lovely. And honestly, Shia, it brings you closer to the earth itself and the energies that rule the earth. So it totally makes sense. Totally tracks. As Karhali pulls out her pipe and starts packing it, starting to get ready. The little pool, there's a pool of pristine water, by the way, in not a pool, but a bowl of pristine water at the center of the little shrine, the little table. And the candles on either side of this little bowl. And as you set up, kneeling down on that rug, Anala, do you stick around?
Mm-mm. No, I'll leave her to it. If you need me, you have the earring.
how far away does that work?
I believe it's 1,000 feet. And even then, through multiple levels of rock, it wouldn't work.
Well, better me than Nemo that you're leaving alone, right?
Isn't he already alone?
Yeah. He is.
Okay. So Nala starts to disappear back into the shadows, and her bright red hair disappearing entirely from you, Karhale, as you turn back to the shrine itself with its flickering candles and the quiet drip, drip, dripping of the sewers that surround you in this shrine that is nothing compared to what you think should be there for a goddess of Janora's stature. So as you settle down to start to meditate, go ahead and roll me first one wisdom check
Oh, this is
with
not
Shia as your
exactly.
bonus.
This is
And this
not
will
exactly
be
what I was expecting. I gotta
so
do the little
keep in
roll.
mind from what you've heard of wisdom, not wisdom, but what you've heard of religious folk and everything. Actually, roll me a religion check just really quick. That'll define actually what I
Religion
tell you.
check. Okay. Where the heck is my religion? My religion is a big ol' -1.
A -1. No worries.
It's an 8.
Okay. So thinking on what you know about different religious folk and the people that you've contacted, you feel like you should be here a long period of time, but you're really not sure how long, if you should be breaking it up with doing other stuff, or if all your focus needs to be here. It's kind of, you honestly haven't had too many encounters with religious clerics or anything like that to where you would have that kind of context. So whatever you do from here on in your meditation, trying to contact Janora, who is a goddess, and you have never tried to contact a goddess like her before or anything. It's up to Karhale what she does. But she has no context as to what the actual way to do it would be.
Can I, as I'm starting out here, could I reach out to the Vordir and, just ask them for guidance in this? Being
Go ahead
nature
and make
spirits?
me an initial wisdom check then, and this will
Okay.
be for the Vordir.
Oh, thank
However,
God, that's so much
it's at
better.
disadvantage. This is at disadvantage
crap.
because
Well,
you
that
are
was better.
not in the forest or any, like you are in the sewer, and it's not really naturey vibey. Like maybe out in the desert it wouldn't have been so bad, but like here it's definitely not close to the Woodier.
Well, at disadvantage, I rolled an 18.
Ooh, okay. So you reach out to the spirits that are hanging around you because of your connection to them. You reach out to the elk. You reach out to the great bear. What is her name?
Irsa.
Irsa. Thank you. I was like, it's an I. Irsa.
I'll actually take my totem and place it
and
out on the
Wapiti.
shrine in front of me.
You lay it out, and you feel a warmth to your left, and you feel like a huff to your right, and you can feel the presence of both spirits around you as you go, as you reach further, reaching for something deeper in the earth, more ancient than either of these spirits are. So go ahead and make me a wisdom check, and this will be your first one. So go ahead. This will be for the entire evening as you spend. And how long will you spend on this actually? Question. How long will Karhale spend meditating here on her knees?
I intended to stay until the spirits tell me to leave.
Okay. So for the night, give me your wisdom check.
Okay. Okay. That is not half bad. Math. Come on, math. 19.
Okay. There's flickering candles in front of you, a bowl of water that shivers ever so slightly every once in a while, probably from your own breath, and the dripping of the sewers around you. Do you stay up all night or do you go to sleep at a certain point?
If the spirits don't tell me to leave, I would stay up.
Then you continue on through the evening, and you can feel the warmth of Irsa next to you and the huff of Wapiti over your other shoulder. And they stay with you. They don't leave. They are there. But there's no other presence, nothing else speaking to you, nothing else drawing towards your reaching spirit. So, Karhale spends her evening on her knees. And Nala, Nemo, you spent your time in the black market. Kanari, you circled back to the black market. And Nala, did you want to circle back to the black market as well? And what were you guys seeking out specifically? And Nemo, I already know you found the sending stones. And were you or were you not going to get the tattoo? I believe you said no, correct?
I don't have enough for it.
You guys did pick up 1,000 gold, and you could inquire about getting more, I suppose, from there. But you do find the sending stones this evening. Kanari?
Yeah, Kanari is going back to the black market, for lack of a better term, and she's going to see if she can find that creepy old lady again.
Okay, roll me a investigation check. And Nala?
Keep dropping it. Ooh. Come on.
You didn't think of anything yet, but if I do, I'll let you know.
No worries. You don't have to. You can circle back for the evening too. But Kanari, what'd you get?
19.
19. You don't find any
Trace
woman crying out secrets or anything. No creepy lady lurking in the alleys or anything. But you do find Nemo at a certain point where he's coming, like tossing a couple little stones up into the air that he's finally found and pockets them.
What are you doing here? Been here the whole time?
I told you I was going here, didn't I?
I don't remember. You run off so often, doesn't really matter.
Okay, yeah, I've been here the whole time. Where have you guys been?
Well, after we did our research, we I don't know, Kahali ran off somewhere to commune with herself and nature or something. I don't know.
So she's gonna cause another earthquake, is what you're saying?
I hope. I don't know if I hope not or I hope so, honestly, but we'll see. And all went with her, so I kind of just wandered off by myself.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you want to go somewhere, I can take you. Night's still young.
Well, we do need to figure out exactly where the auction's being held. Do we know? I don't think we know that yet.
You guys have learned that it's the Aljaver family, but you guys haven't sought out where that would be.
Should we try to look for that so we're more prepared, or something else we should do?
I'm down. Yeah. I don't know how much this area would be of help, but we can look.
Did they seem like this was like a legit auction, DM, or more like a
Definitely
shady
contraband.
auction? Okay,
Definitely shady.
then this
Yeah.
area might be.
You did clarify that Aljaver was a criminal family that like built their fortune through criminal activities.
Okay, yeah. So then this area might actually be really good for it, because if it's a shady auction, then shady people probably know about it. So
True.
you can turn on your smooth talking and
Innocent charm.
Yeah, and try to convince people to tell us things. So I'll just be your backup.
Okay. Sure. Where do you want to go?
One of these sellers might know. I mean, if they sell things, they might be looking to buy neat stuff. I don't know. I only have a fairly loose grasp on how the economy works. I basically was just like in the military in a way, so it's just kind of.
So, what are you offering to sell?
No, we're not trying to sell anything. We're just asking them if they know about the auction and where it's being held, trying to get the down low on it so we can show up there, because we want to buy some stuff. We got money to spend. Not on us. We don't
Money
get
to
robbed.
spend.
Oh, we're trying. Oh, I get you. I get you now.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
Nemo, go ahead and roll me, and go ahead and give me a persuasion check as you're asking around, looking for information about the Aljaber family. That's what you're doing, right?
yes. Well, no, I'm trying to get into the auction, right?
Well, we're trying to figure out where the auction is. It's not in for a few days. We have no clue where it's going to be held, so we want to know where it's going to be held so we can be there.
So it'll be a 12 for that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear that either. Am I helping
asking
him
around-
though?
Oh, fair. I guess
Maybe.
it's both of you, and both of you speak Talon, but you're not really charisma. Well, no, actually, go ahead. Yeah, at advantage because Kanari's going with you, working with you on this. If Karhali could help with an investigation check for Anala, then you can help with this persuasion check.
Well, I mean, I could just lie. That's better for me. I could lie my way into getting into the auction.
More so, you're persuading people to talk to you, talk to you about this information. You're not lying to them about anything really at the moment.
I'm lying about getting into the auction.
This
But anyway, that's
definitely
a
persuade. We would do a
persuasion.
secondary deception check about whether they believe you in the case of lies.
Nice. The math ain't math.
16. No, it's not the math. I have two numbers here. And so I had to figure out which one was the right one. So 16.
Okay. 16.
Whatever's
It's
higher.
better. So you are asking around, and most people you talk to don't know anything about the Aljafer family or haven't really heard about them. Or they're lying to you about whether they do or don't, kind of thing. But not very many people are willing to talk to you about it. So at a certain point, though, deeper into the evening, it's late. You've spent hours talking to random individuals, and you finally make your way to the little Hound Bits, which is a little tavern in this Reneg Row area for lesser types. And finally, you're talking to the barkeep there, and he explains to you that the Aljaver family lives somewhere south the city and everything. He says it's like south, right outside of the right outside of the Scriven ward, a little bit more north there, and they have a villa out there on the outskirts of the city, of the capital, and you could find your way there based on probably just direction out of the gate and everything, and then you'd end up eventually finding tracks that might lead you to the villa itself, but it's outside of the city. And any auction that they might be holding probably be in their villa, because they like things to be kept in-house, and they keep their own personal army there as well. Keep things safe.
Fair enough.
For anyone who wants to travel to loosen their purse strings there.
Is this open to the, not public, but like open, like if someone came there, would that be weird?
You don't know thieves can't or anything, right?
Mm-mm.
When you ask something like that, he's like, the people that know about it, and the people that don't know. People who are invited, they get to go. And if you're not, then you don't.
So, how would I get invited to this?
You gotta know someone. Preferably one of the family, I guess. And he pours a very dark-looking lager, pushes it towards you. Gotta pay to stay, kid.
I'll slide over
He's too
whatever
young
it
to
is.
drink.
I'm older.
I don't care.
So you wouldn't happen to know any of the family, would you? And I'll slide over whatever coin I need to.
How much do you slide over?
Colonel's in your brain. Give him a good tip. Might help.
2
Fine.
gold.
She'll plop down
Yes.
a couple pieces of gold.
He looks at the 2 gold and looks up. No idea.
Kanari plops down 5.
But he plucks it. Oh, 5 more gold? He takes it. He's like, something's tingling there in the old brain, but still can't quite see it. And he plucks it.
Wait,
and puts
what
it in his
question
pocket,
did
too.
Nemo ask exactly?
If he knew any of the family members.
Kanari is going to do detect thoughts.
You detect thoughts, and just straight up surface thoughts is like, yeah, I know the son, that little annoying little son of a gun, and it's just kind of, they give me, when he's like, but play it real smooth, don't say anything till they give you at least 20 more gold.
Kanari.
I'm gonna stand up,
Because
and I had this.
his thoughts are kind of going on the idea of like, if they're trying to get into this kind of auction, they probably have the gold to spare. Kind of thing.
Meta, I had this thought before Kanari had detect thoughts, so I'm not like running off of hers. But I'm gonna stand up and be like, well, I'll find someone else then, and I'm gonna start walking out the door.
And the guy's like, oh well, guess there goes that idea, but 7 gold is pretty good for nothing. And he's sitting there just wiping his little countertop.
I'm gonna leave.
Kanari is going to grab a bottle of whatever alcohol's right there and say, well, this is what I paid for, and takes it.
It was just the tankard. And he goes, hey, that's worth 2 copper! As you step outside and walk away.
He's not pouring from anything? Like, there's nothing.
He had poured it from like a jug, and then he put the jug down below the counter. Do you like reach over the counter and go grab it?
How big was the jug? Like, it was like.
It was probably a gallon.
Yeah.
You reach over. Hey, that was worth 4 copper pieces.
And I just give you 5 gold, so.
That's fair. You can
Yeah.
clean countertop. And you step out of the Hound's Bits. It's a really rough looking place. It's not nicely kept. It's not pretty. Him wiping down the countertop seems counterproductive almost, in the sense that he's dirtying the counter more with the dirty towel that he's using. Nemo, you step out, but you do learn that the villa itself is toward the south, and you could probably find your way if you can track. and
Well,
everything.
you're gonna have
And
to finish that before we get there.
We're going there right now.
I mean,
it
yeah.
is presently about like midnight, edging on like 1 a.m. at this point.
You want to go in the middle of the day?
Well,
Enola, by the way, I would say you would have reconvened with them, finding your way back to the Redneck Row. So you've been trailing them through this. Unless you had other intentions, Enola.
I
You were going somewhere
did
else.
actually think of something I could look for. Would I
Okay.
have noticed any places that had or were selling any banned books of any kind?
Banned books. Good, interesting thought. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check as you're kind of looking through the black market area and even just further into Redneck Row.
You said investigation?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how people smoke every day. Oh, that's great. I don't get advantage, do I? Of any kind.
No one
Okay.
helping you. I'm
Bit of
sorry.
Okay.
inspiration.
Do I have? It's fine. My investigation is pretty decent. 12.
12. You're
Mhm.
looking around and it takes you multiple hours to track anything down. And by the time they're finished with their thing, you finally, about 30 minutes before they're finished with their thing or so, you find a small cart. You find the small cart wheeling merchant who has many tomes. This man, he's older, grizzled, and scraggly beard and everything. Very white, a shock of white hair on the top, but it's thinning so much it's like he's got like the little baby like curly Q kind of thing left behind, and then the scraggly beard. But he seems to be putting his stuff away at this point. This far into the evening and everything. But when you finally stop him, he stops and is like, "What can I do for you, young lady? What can I do? Are you looking for tomes?
What do you say?
Are you looking for tomes?"
Kind of
Every time he
bumps me
talks,
out.
his wispy beard kind of like puffs up.
You said tomes?
Books.
What's your favorite that you've got in your little collection?
My favorite. Interesting. His favorite. And he goes through, he starts to finger through some of the books. He had a couple on top of the deck, but he goes below and he starts to pull out some of the older ones. And they all seem pretty dusty, pretty unused. A lot of them are falling apart and seem worse for wear. He finally pulls one out, puts it on top, and he goes, "I always found this one to be a mighty fine read. Mighty fine indeed." And he flips open just a book of, and it's described as, it's kind of a satirical novel. Satirical historical collection. But it says "The Lies of Religion," and it puts it in little quotes, "lies," quote unquote, "of religion." And as you start to kind of like flip through the little booklet, the tome itself, and it's big and it's falling apart. The seams, the book seams themselves are like loose, and when you kind of open it to the front page, like 5 pages kind of fall out, and you have to like catch them and stuff them back inside. But as you start flipping through, it seems like basically basic tales of the 5 gods, but told in a kind of an amusing manner, being from the context of Tal, where they say that they are not gods and just fairy tales and everything. So it's like in the context of a writer from Tal describing the 5 gods as told by lore in the larger world. But it's a book that you've never seen before, and you're not sure what it might hold.
What makes this one so special?
It makes me laugh.
I'm due for one of those. How much?
Just put it at 4 gold, 5 gold, 5 gold.
Why not? And I'll hand them 5 gold.
Pleasure doing business with you, my lady. He stuffs it in, and he starts packing up his little books and his little hunch. He starts to wheel his little cart away, and it click clacks on the cobbled stone as the wooden wheels themselves seem to be a bit uneven. Okay, so Nemo, Kanari, do you guys stay up for the rest of the night, or
What do you think, Nemo?
DM, is this the same day as the last session? And did you use anything from what I sent you?
use anything?
Like
What do
any
you mean?
spells, anything?
I use nothing. Yeah, you are the same as you were.
Do you think we should? We have what, 10 days? You said, right?
No, so you guys have 5 days. I misspoke when I said 10. So it's 10 days till the auction, 5 days until the resurrection. So you guys do still need to collect the crystal, a diamond worth 500 GP, and a soul, someone to exchange with the ritual. Karhale is meta going to be spending time wisdom checking and meditating, trying to do what she's trying to do right now. So she's probably going to be, depending on how long Karhale has been doing it, with the level of success that would be likely in this kind of venture for you, Karhale. It will take time, like I told you before, probably days of you actually sitting down, meditating, focusing on this, just to get the inkling of a connection with Janora, who you've had no past contact with. And this shrine is going to help you with your checks, but it's not going to it's helping the DC be lower, but it's not going to erase the fact that you'll have to spend time. So she'll probably be down for that amount of time, for context sake.
Okay. I mean, we can go back tomorrow, I guess. It is kind of late.
Kanari's gonna start drinking just straight out of the cask thing that she's got, and she'll offer some.
It tastes
vanilla.
like piss.
I've tasted worse, and she'll offer it to Nemo and Nala if they want it.
I'll take some.
It goes down really, really rough.
I've turned this group
Not even.
What?
Say it again.
I've turned this group into a bunch of alcoholics.
Yup.
Sorry about that, guys.
Okay. So you guys go back to where to rest. Where do you guys go to sleep?
That's right. We don't have an actual
Is that person still following us?
Roll a perception check. Your face as you do it.
24. 25.
24? 25? You don't sense anyone or hear anyone that sounds like they could be following you? You're not sure.
You know, guys, I often got told that drunk men see more things than sober men do. So maybe if we all got drunk enough, we could see everyone who was really around. Not that it would help me see
Are you
any better.
seeing people right now? And she's just going to slowly pull the bottle.
It
sloshes as it's like presently about half empty.
While seeing nothing, because that is my superpower. anyway, I'm gonna take a nap just right here. Just start to sit down on the ground.
On the cobble steps, you guys see and just Kanari getting down and comfortable, like folding her arms, sliding up next to the wall,
Kanari,
tucking in.
Can we just find like a room first? You can sleep on the floor, but like
I always sleep on the floor, but
Yeah.
okay. Fine, take me to a room. We jumped out a window.
You find yourself, you find your guys' way to an inn here in the Renegro, roughest out of town.
Really creepily start singing that Tall and lullaby that she knows, just really creepily. It's kind of like her singing voice is awful, but she just starts like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like Nemo, you have such good hair. Did your mother ever sing to you? Is that what mothers do? I don't know.
My mom didn't sing to me, but my nanny did.
Of course, you had a nanny. That makes so much sense. She pokes you in the nose.
This is the most Nemo has ever willingly offered about his life, and I'm not there.
True. That's hilarious.
And I'm not there. That's great.
So
Screw you, Nathan. Screw you.
you guys find your way to so are you guys looking for an inn within the rough side of town, or do you guys find your way back to a familiar one? Anala, you would find them easily enough. At a certain point you would come into range with the earring and be able to make your way back to them. And they seem to be setting up for the what you find eventually, and amongst the three of you and everything, you guys will find the local inn in this part of town, in this area, is the Tawdry, and it's not a nice place. The rooms are not so great, but not so expensive. So only 7 copper pieces a night per person.
Well, per
This
room,
smells
right?
worse
Yeah,
than
per
the
room, sorry.
alcohol we were drinking.
Well, it's a place to stay off the road. That's all we need.
It is pretty rough. The person running the establishment seems, not running it, it seems to be just watching the front desk, is a young woman with bright red robe, bright makeup. It's like, it is awful. It is awful. And she's wearing a very like loose, off the shoulder dress at the moment. Only half paying attention to you guys as she like signs your names. Whatever name, she kind of just scribbles in the book. Whatever you guys say, she just kind of scribbles. And one of you guys don't even give your name, and she just scribbles into this little book. Hands you a key that seems to be nicked and very old, and you make your way up some creaking steps onto a landing that has a very ripped rug that hasn't been sewn for a long period of time. There's dust under where the rip opens the rug, so you can tell it's just been ripped and there for a long time. Very worn. You guys walk across that. It's been slicked with mud and dried over and everything. It's not a nice place. And you guys open into a room. And Nemo, when you start to bed down on, or start to kind of like set up the bed to actually use it, there might be bed bugs. You're not quite sure something moved, so you don't use the mattress. You just kind of like shift it. Oh, you don't. You're like, well, actually, what do you do in that case?
I'll.
The room is dusty. There's a chamber pot in the corner and like a bowl of water and everything. Seems like it hasn't been emptied.
I mean,
little squeaks in the corner of the room as you guys see little shadows kind of like dart between the corners into a little hole. Might have been a rat, maybe not.
I'll just
we could catch those rats and eat them. You guys want to try to catch them? We used to do this back in the monastery.
You're that hungry, Kanari?
Would you at least cook them first?
Aren't you full? You drank that whole gallon.
Alcohol always makes me so hungry. What are you talking about?
I'll just prestidigitate and like heat up basically boil the bed as much as I can.
I don't think you'd well, you can make puffs of air.
Well, no, I can
you
heat
change
any
temperature?
object.
You can heat
I
a
can
cubic
heat.
of
Clean
5 feet, I
things.
think.
He can?
He can clean
Yeah.
things.
I think. I don't know how hot he can do, but I know he can heat up certain things. Yeah.
I know you can clean things though. Honestly, you could just prestidigitate, clean the entire bed as you clean the
Like
dirt
spot
and the
cleaner.
bugs and stuff out of it. And in essence, your magic will just destroy anything that's bad and everything, anything dirty and everything as you prestidigitate it. And you heat it as you go. I feel like that's probably a part of the whole process.
Mm-hmm.
And you course across the bed. There's a big puff of dust that's immediately like dispersed into nothing by the magic. It takes him about maybe 5 minutes to do that on the whole bed, but then you have a clean bed, clean mattress, and it's probably the cleanest this mattress has been within the past 5 years.
Nice.
And you guys
Nari
all
starts
bed down.
meditating upside down on her head against the wall.
Ooh.
It just
And you
says,
hear little scratches at the wood behind your head, little scurries.
if you come out here, I'll eat you. And it just continues.
No flinching. Anala, this is probably the grossest place you've ever stayed before in your life. You'd rather be out in the woods, out sleeping on in the sands or something, rather than this. But it's a place. That's all you can say
She
for it.
was gonna stay up and do watch anyway. So
The whole night.
no, well, not all
Okay.
night, but
We'll take turns.
Okay. Without Karhali there, you guys will be shorting someone on sleep to get everyone else getting a full rest.
Unless we sleep a little longer, maybe.
You could sleep longer. That's totally fair.
We don't have
so-
it pressing for a morning, I don't think.
Totally true. Okay, so everyone go ahead and give me perception checks for your guys' rest as Nemo beds down. And then Anala stays up for the first watch. Karhale down in the shrine, so she's not helping you in this case. And after this evening, we'll probably go into more of a what do you guys want to achieve within the next 4 days kind of situation. Depending on what happens, I guess, before the resurrection. Anala, what did you get?
19.
19. Really good. There's a moment where there's creaking up the stairs as you're kind of sitting within the doorway, peeking your head out periodically. And there's a moment where you see someone coming up to your guys' room and you peek your head out of the door at that moment. And you see just some sort of hooded dude coming up the stairs. But like once he sees you seeing him, skitters away and disappears out the door. And then Kanara, what'd you get on your nothing else happens though during your watch, Nala, and the rest is quiet, calm, and peaceful.
Did I get a good look at him?
Roll a perception check.
Or... No, it's bad. Of course. 7.
7. No, it was dark. Shadows cast across his face, especially with the hood up, totally obscured any features for you to see. You're not even sure if it was really. It was probably a dude based on the sounds, but it's even hard to tell. Kanari?
A 19.
19. On your watch, you hear different footsteps going across the steps, across the ripped rug out in the corridor and everything periodically. And there's a moment where your window gets, you hear some sound coming from where the window's at. The window itself being totally dirty, hasn't been cleaned for a long time. There's streaks of different things. You're not even sure what it is streaking the window and dried by now, yellowed. There's a certain point where there's sound coming from the window and you kind of move over toward it to get a better better idea of what's going on. But once you come next to the window, the sounds stop. Nothing comes closer, nothing changes, and the rest of your watch is.
If they were within like 30 feet of me, or no. Well, are we 80 feet of me? She's gonna try to mind link with it and say,
"Oh, okay.
Please come in here. I dare you."
When you do so, you hear a shuffle, and then oh, crap, and then you hear a thump outside of the window, and then scurried footsteps. And whoever it was that you mind linked in that moment, all you heard were the expletives over the mind link. But whoever it was breaks the mind link at a certain point as they get too far away. Next
All right,
watch,
Nemo.
Get up.
15.
15. Nothing untoward happens during your watch. You get and at that point the sun is coming up and it's coming into the day. It's more of a daylight watch than a night watch. But nothing untoward comes during your watch as the sun comes up, peeks over, and creatures of the night don't prefer to be acting within this period of time as well.
Mhm.
But nothing untoward. So for the next few days, Carhale is gone, right? Sticking at least for this first day, she's definitely gone. But you guys go ahead and decide what you guys want to do for the next few days.
If you don't seek her out, you're not going to see her at all. She's gone.
So if you guys want Carhale,
you know where she is, and
I'll
Nala
go-
knows where she is.
I'll go check on her just to make sure she's still alive.
I'll bring her a muffin.
Carhale. So you
tosses her the rest of the ale.
research, meditating and trying to connect with something deeper. Nothing reaches back the whole night. You feel like you've connected well, and yet nothing reaches back. But your friends end up coming upon you come later afternoon or earlier afternoon, late morning. And you get hit in the back by a bit of ale. A little casket of you. Did you throw the jug or do you throw like a wineskin?
The rest of whatever is in the jug.
Not like actually
in the back
throw
with
it.
it.
No, not
Mostly
like
empty gallon.
Like
just
not
like
throw
Like
it.
wooden jug.
Like give it to me.
Yeah. She's gonna...
She said throw it. She tossed it at
Kinari
you.
would probably toss it and be like, catch.
And Carhale, with your level of focus and everything, it whacks you, but it doesn't hurt because you are stone mostly. So it just like plinks against you, lands on the stone floor and everything. Nemo hands you a muffin, and it wasn't the continental breakfast of the place or anything, but he found a muffin on his way over. Mark off 2 copper pieces, Nemo.
This was surprisingly thoughtful.
Is Anala there?
And all is
Or
there
did
as
they?
well.
Okay.
Oh,
I was gonna be like,
Came
how
to
did you
check on
guys
you.
find me?
This is
We know.
surprisingly
She
I'm
just
basically a
checked
bloodhound.
She just found your thoughts.
You didn't. I know
I
she didn't take my
did
thoughts,
I
Nemo.
did not.
I don't think. How
I
far away
didn't.
can you do that?
Not that far. I could pretty much in the same room as you. You're fine.
Oh, okay. That actually makes me feel a lot better. So thank you.
You're welcome.
What are you guys doing here?
Just wanting to make sure you're still
Giving you a
alive.
muffin.
And a muffin.
I take a bite out of the muffin. I appreciate the muffin. I don't.
So you guys just came in to like see how I'm doing?
I mean, not that it means anything. We're just make sure you're alive because we need you. That's all.
Oh, okay.
She's a bad liar. She's just nothing to it. Don't read too much into it. Gosh.
Trust me, I won't.
Cool.
Look, this whole thing with seeking out, I don't know, redemption? I don't know what I'm looking for here. I just know I can't count on one hand the number of people that would be disappointed in me if they could see the person I've become. You know, bitter, angry. Oh, and now self-pitying. That's cool too. I'm better than this. I'm supposed to be better than this, and I know.
You're supposed to be whoever you are right now.
I know.
It's really not that deep.
I mean, you've been to hell and back like 5 times in the span of 1 month. So you can be easier on yourself, I think.
I know
Cheer
I'm
up,
nothing.
Buttercup.
I appreciate your faith in me, but I know I'm nothing without a true north. I've always had someone, my father, my mother, Trig. Just here for a bit, even
Who's
a toll.
Trig?
Never mind. Just someone better than me.
She leaves the
pure.
Rufinala, and she complains about me never being interested in what she has to say, but okay. And then, goes back.
Probably just a bad time.
Haven't I? I'm pretty sure I've told you about Trig at some point. I mean,
I don't think you actually ever told us about Trig.
Yeah, have you? I actually don't even.
I think we've just seen your memories of your dreams or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, you just detected our thoughts and got it out.
Yeah, there's just that. I just kind of assumed.
I don't even remember what I detected thoughts on. Was that what it was?
I'm pretty sure it was for a
no.
letter.
It was
for the
read.
Jasper's
It was
letter
to
that she
read
was reading.
Jasper's letter.
And she locked herself in the room. And I was like, no, that's rude. And you were like, I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway. And you did.
It was so perfect.
That's right.
Back home, shockingly enough, I had friends before I was, exiled and stuff. Trig and Sigrun. They were practically raised with me. Their father, he died in the burning death that brought my mother to the tribe, actually. Sorry, this is kind of a long story. Do you have time for this?
Well,
Sure.
do you have time? You're
Well,
kind of in the middle of something. We interrupted
Aren't you
you.
supposed to be, like, praying or something right now?
She'll talk to me
For
when
Holly?
she talks to me.
You're honestly not sure whether any of this would have an effect on what you're doing or not. You have no context for this, so
Okay.
you have all the time in the world.
Well, anyways, my mother was a healer, and after she left the Western Winds, she came upon a Goliath tribe that was kind of on lockdown from a sickness, the burning death. It was the first really big problem my father encountered as chieftain. A lot of people died, including Sigrun and Trig's father. So, my father kind of, over the years, became a father figure to them. And, our tribe's not that big. It's big. It's big as far as the Talai tribes go, but as far as a city goes, it's not like a town. It's more like a village. Anyways, I grew up with them. Trig was always Sigrun too. They were always better than me. Sigrun was always more level-headed, and Trig was always he was Trig. He was always better than me. Purer. And now that my father's dead, Trig has gone astray worse than I have. My mother thinks this suicide mission is part of my Tahungeyu or whatever spiritual crap the Ati raised her on, and left me to fend for myself. And Jaskier wants nothing to do with me, and Atol's dead now too. So as for a true north, I don't have one. And the minute I don't have one, I killed that guy. Not just
if
Maeve.
you weren't being so hard on yourself, you probably wouldn't be messing up so badly in your brain.
Murder. It happens.
It does happen, but it seems like just because every time someone falls from grace in your brain, you think it's your fault, and therefore you're trying to make up for good qualities you saw in them by holding yourself to those standards to replace that influence in your life. I just don't think that's very healthy for you, and it's probably putting so much pressure that causes you really just to fall harder. So
You
This
need
is
to
very
stop
insightful.
comparing yourself, Carl. It really does a number on you.
You know why I like to blame myself in situations like these? Because
you have something to be mad at.
at least it's an answer. Sometimes we just need a reason when a situation's completely unreasonable.
My go-to is Taylor, but your self-loathing, I suppose, is an option. But sometimes the world just sucks.
I don't know.
Any
Either
one
way,
single thing Blame Yourself has done for you that's been good.
well, I wouldn't say that it's been good, but I don't know.
Has it made you
It
stronger?
just
Has it made you tougher, smarter, better in any way?
all I know is I put that burden on a child. See, my father, I get. My mother, fine. I can put that kind of pressure on them. But I put that burden on a child. And now I'm tearing this country apart to try to find a way to bring her back. And not for her sake. Not for the good of the world. For myself. Because I can't handle being responsible for another death of someone I care about. And
As
like
if
it or
that
not, I
was
still
your
see it.
fault.
My whole purpose on this earth is to be a protector. And if I can't protect the people closest to me, what good am I?
You do realize that she probably would have died months ago if we hadn't saved her from those people. So really, you just extended her life by longer than it would have been.
Kanari, I don't think that's as good as it sounds in your head.
But it's the truth. She's
The
basing
point
her
was
self-pityness in lies, so, I mean...
the point of this is the only thing that's been stopping me from becoming my uncle was them. And now that they're gone, almost immediately, I'm kind of disappointed in myself because almost immediately gave in to my anger. I really I really thought I was I thought I was better than this. But I guess I'm not. So here I am at some shrine of a goddess that has no business talking to me, trying to find
Who
some semblance of righteousness that I placed in others.
who told you that you're meant to be the protector? Who told you that was your role?
I mean, it's kind of
Because maybe you're trying to fit yourself into something that was never meant for you. And in that case, yeah, it's all gonna go to pieces because you're trying to force something that isn't meant to be. And you're
I mean,
trying
why-
too hard.
why would Irsa, the great protector, choose me if that was not what I was meant to be?
Maybe she was just trying to protect you. Or maybe help you learn to protect yourself. If you go on death missions every other day and kill yourself, there's not much going to be left to help anybody else.
I've got like a whole title and everything, you know. Envala, Karhale, Bearspain, Torsten, Jaraki. I can't even remember it now. I've not heard it. No, it's fine. You guys can leave me to my personal crisis. I'm fine, really.
At that point, you hear the sounds of people approaching. Not people, a person. And you see a woman, very squalid looking clothing and everything. Older, maybe later 40s or so. Creases, lots of just like age creases and wrinkles all over her face. She looks almost older than her body seems. And she's carrying just a little basket with candles and different things in it. Hard to tell kind of from your perspective, but the candles have burned down at this point as they've been lit the whole night and the whole evening into this afternoon and everything. And she kind of is spooked a little bit about people being there, but she'd heard voices coming over, and so she's just a little bit, doesn't say anything, walks past you guys, starts resetting up the shrine and changing out the candles, lighting them again. She kind of just eyes you guys, putting stuff down.
Hi. My name's Karhale. I'm seeking Janora. I don't know if you can you help me?
She opens her mouth and responds in Talon. Kanari, you hear, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
She wants you to help her connect with Jafar? Jamora? Macarena? Something like that. Yeah, that one.
Lady Law is the goddess of nature, and she looks over at you, kind of surprised, all of you, honestly, and kind of like a little bit nervously.
Not
All
me.
you are here for.
But she wants to. What?
And she turns to you, Karhale, as Kanari kind of gestures toward you. She goes, you wish to seek the lady, the mistress of all that is and should be.
She translates for Karhale.
She goes, then why aren't you seeking?
I mean, I was, but then they got here. You don't understand me still.
The woman kind of looks over
again.
in Kanari's direction. By all means, continue. This is a space meant for seekers of her faith. Only those who seek should stay. And she looks at all three of you guys.
We're just bringing her
I'm
some
cool with
breakfast.
talking to gods or goddesses or.
then by all means. And since you speak tall and she does understand you, she motions at the cart, at the small rug and everything.
I
And
never
just-
got up
Yes.
from the rug. I just kind of like turned to face them. I was still sitting there.
Okay. She motions to the side of the rug. There's still room. There's enough room for probably 2 more people beyond Karhale, on either side of her, being at the center. But no one else beyond that. And she does kneel next to Karhale, and she turns, closes her eyes. She'll like kind of hunches over a little bit on the carpet next to you, Karhale, and she goes, I haven't, and she says this still in Talon, I haven't kneeled next to someone for a few months now. I've definitely not someone who wasn't Akasha, as she kneels down. And she bends her
What's
head
Akasha?
and closes her eyes. And she's kind of mumbling this
No one?
to herself a bit, kind of to you, Kanari, but she closed her eyes.
What did she say?
Shh.
I'll mind link with her. Something about Akasha? What's Akasha?
I'll ask her later. I have no idea.
I don't like not knowing what words in my own language. That's weird. I don't.
Maybe is it a person?
I don't. She'll be like, What's Akasha to the lady it's praying.
I'll kneel down next to
Kasha.
Kahale and like do the whole Buddha like.
She kind of she doesn't open her eyes, but you kneel down.
Kanari, can you ask her if I'm like supposed to talk to her or something, or like how long do I stay?
I'll try,
What do I
but she
do?
keeps shushing me.
Okay, do your best.
How long is she supposed to stay? I would just follow her lead, Karhale. She's mumbling something. She's mumbling some kind of prayer, but
Okay. Okay.
anyway, Karhale's backing up. This is not my area, so I'm gonna go do something productive.
Can I say something? Like say something to Janora-ish? Is Nemo still here?
Yeah.
Are you
I'm right
staying
next
with
to
me?
you.
On your left, and this woman is on your right.
On your left.
Okay. Okay. Janora. Hi.
Oh, and she actually recognizes the word that you say, because Kanari, in translating and stuff, she's recognized the word you gave initially. So she knows that you said Janora's name. So she doesn't shush you, is what I'm saying. She hears you say
Oh, okay.
Janora, and then continues.
Hi. I'm Karhale. I don't know if you remember my mother. I'm seeking you like my mother before me. In Nora. My anger has been consuming me. The chaos is drowning me. I'm seeking redemption. I think the way of order. Your sister runs rampant in this world now, and I think I can do something about it. But I need your help. And that's it. If you can let me know if you're listening, I guess that would be cool.
And I'll
Roll
take
me
a sip
a
from the
persuasion check.
persuasion. Ah.
This will determine whether your voice even reaches deeper than just this shrine itself.
Okay. My persuasion is higher. Okay. 22.
Ooh.
22. Okay. Do you spend the whole day here? Kneeling. The woman next to you, she ends up getting up at a certain point, probably about an hour later, hour and a half or so. Nemo, do you stay that whole time?
Sure, yeah. I'm going to wait, give me 1 second. Continue with your other thought.
When she gets up, could I ask Nemo to translate for me real quick? Just something to say to her?
Nemo, do you translate?
Yeah, I'll translate.
Okay.
How long do I stay? How do I know if she's heard me?
And she turns to you and she directs this at you, looking at you as she's speaking to Nemo to translate. She goes, as long as it takes. But you take no breaks. This seeking, this is what you do.
Okay.
And then she steps away.
A nod.
Mm-hmm. She brushes her hand on your shoulder, gently, barely even there. And she steps away and disappears into the remnants of the sewer. As a side note, she wasn't dressed nicely. Like when I said squalid, like she was also dirty. Also like she lives down here, kind of thing.
Oh, sorry. I was also asking.
What is Akasha? Or who is Akasha?
She stops a little bit before she kind of gets outside of the area, and then Nemo says what you say as your last parting question, and she turns back. She looks at you. She goes, "Just someone I know, someone who comes here like you," and she steps away. So, do you stay for the whole day, Karhale?
Yeah, I'll stay.
Question.
Nemo.
Am I allowed to cast suggestion on myself?
No.
What would the purpose of that be?
Interesting. I will cast suggestion on Karhale.
Oh, honey, you're gonna die. You're gonna get straight up murdered.
Karhale, you turn back to the shrine, bow your head again. And Nemo, do you use subtle spell?
What does subtle spell do?
Or does she hear whispering as you mutter the incantation? Incantation. Am I saying it right?
Incantation, yeah.
Yeah, incantation.
Huh.
Oh, it just makes it without
Verbal
Basically,
or
she doesn't
somatic.
know you're casting it.
I guess.
Up to you. I mean, do you mutter it out loud or do you say it
Sure, I'll do it subtle.
regularly? Okay. So, Karhale, you are unaware as this is happening unless you fail. So, go ahead and roll a charisma saving throw?
No, I
Or
think
wisdom?
it's wait, hold up. It's a wisdom.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw, Karhale.
Well, that is +1 versus my charisma saving throw score of 2 or of 0.
Mm-hmm.
16.
16 does not pass.
Okay. What do you suggest, Karhale, as you whisper to her? Well, I guess you don't even have to. This just goes over the magic because it's subtle spell. So you don't even whisper. You just say it in your mind and she's influenced. Carhala, you
are
get this sudden urge.
You are completely at peace, Carale. Your inner turmoil is no more. You are a follower of the goddess, and you are simply talking to her as you would talk to a friend. And then I'll leave.
Aww.
You're gonna make me cry. I thought I was gonna have to beat you.
Carhala, as you settle back down to like try to connect and to seek as the woman bade you, you feel this sudden urge of just this a tugging, almost tugging you deeper than you were able to go before, because there's always this like level of separation there. Like you don't know who this goddess is, you don't know what she is exactly, you just know that she's nature itself, maybe. But this inner doubt almost is wiped away in this moment, as you let yourself fall into belief further than you might have otherwise. So because the suggestion spell, and I'm ruling this just because I feel like it feels right in this way, that you pouring this spell slot into it gives you advantage on this wisdom check as you are pulled deeper for the day, seeking.
My heart.
But she will be down here seeking for the rest of the day, and the next couple days, as it won't be just today kind of thing. Carhala, go ahead and give me a new wisdom check, but with advantage. Nemo, Anala, Kanari, what are you guys trying to achieve in the next couple days before the resurrection?
What are we trying to do?
So what do we need again?
Do you guys, so things that you guys need before the resurrection, who's going to get a crystal? Because you guys need to buy a diamond. So that'll be an investigation check to track one down of that size. And second, you guys will need a soul. So are you guys going to seek someone to trade for Toll's life?
Go look for a crystal. Is it a specific kind?
This one is going to be a crystal worth 500 GP or more, but a diamond of that size. So go ahead and roll me an investigation check as you guys are seeking out for the next couple days. Is there anything else you guys want to try to achieve between here in the next couple days?
I will still want to try to research the estate or the auction. Try to figure out a better, some kind of
some reconnaissance for that.
Yeah.
Is Nemo, what are you doing? Are you helping her do that, or leaving her to her own things?
Once it hits the evening, then I will suggest to the other two to go to the estate itself. I'll try and find out any other information, but towards the evening I will suggest going towards the estate itself.
So, Carhala, what'd you get on your wisdom check?
I got a natural 20.
You did both rolls. Go ahead and send
not both rolls. No, not both rolls.
Oh, sorry, not both rolls, but like with the two rolls, you got one that was a natural 20. Okay.
So, thanks, Nemo.
What was the other roll?
Stuffed. It was like a 10.
Nice.
Good job, Nemo.
Okay. So as you're pulled deeper, there's a moment of connection, and you feel a warmth that's not just Irsa or Wapiti next to you. You feel something new, something deeper, something more archaic. There's still no answer, but you feel like you've connected. So come next day, we'll have another roll. As you stay on your knees and there's aching in your joints, it hurts to hunch like this for this long period of time. The scent of the sewers itself is starting to get to you. Everything's starting to get to you. The dripping of the water, the dripping of the sewers just in general, the sounds of the echoes coming up and down, and you're realizing now that you've been down here so long, you can hear sounds of life that's not coming from above because you can't hear from up there, but instead you can hear the echoing of life of people that probably live down here, the poorest of the poor, the scum that live in the sewers themselves. And you can hear that, but it's at a distance, not near where you're at. But you feel like you've made ground, a lot of ground, further than you might have been otherwise. And it's funny because it's like, it feels almost unnatural because, like, how could you reach that far, just you as you are? Okay, so Anala, for your investigation check, looking for a diamond.
30.
Ooh, roguing, okay.
Nice. Girl.
I'm sorry, did you say 30?
I rolled a 19 and my investigation is an 11.
Girl.
Magical.
Mine's a
You
negative
find your
1.
way.
It is
See,
a
we
negative
balance
1.
each other
I
out.
kid
It
you
all
not.
works out in the end.
You find your way to a jewelry shop. This one is labeled Precious on the outside on the sign, swinging sign that's hanging above the door. Precious with these a very simple little diamond sign on the front with a little sparkle on it, carved into the wooden slat nameplate thing. And as you step through the door, there's a little tingling at the door of a little bell above it. You step through, and there's a younger woman who's running the front desk. She greets you, and as you explain what you're looking for, she tells you that she has 3 diamonds. One of them is the smaller one. It's two of them are actually smaller ones meant for like rings of like kind of wedding band kind of situation. But when you specifically ask for something bigger, something a lot bigger, worth a lot more, she kind of like surprised. She goes, well, we have an uncut diamond in the back. And she goes to step back for that, brings it out to you, and she goes, this is quite a diamond. Are you sure you want something uncut like this? Do you have the tools to be able to cut something like this smaller for jewelry and whatnot? Or
Did she say how much it was?
Mind your business. That's what you should say.
it's worth about 1,000 gold. And it's a larger diamond. It's like fists, about as large as your hand. Cup in your palm, at least.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know if I have that much.
Well, you need a 500, right?
Yeah. You have anything for cheaper? Still over 500, but a lot less than 1,000.
Roll an insight check.
16.
16. As you ask that, her face kind of twitches a bit, but you're not really sure why. But she answers and says that this is probably the largest thing that she has in stock of what you're asking for, just because diamonds like that, I mean, it's not a very common thing necessarily. So she's thinking this is probably your better bet. If you'd like, she could cut it in half or something, and she would keep like a good chunk of it, so you'd be paying for 500 gold for it. Whether or not that is what you need, because specifically this is what she's telling you she would sell it to you for 1,000 gold,
Right.
kind of thing. So it may not be worth that much, and Enola would know that, being if she cuts it in half. She's like, you're not exactly sure how much it's worth, with her just kind of showing it to you from a distance here.
So you're saying it would lose
Like,
its value if she were to split it?
She tells you it'll be worth 500 gold.
Mm.
Would you like to examine it?
Sure. But
Go
I
ahead
know
and
of
roll
any
me. And
places that would have something for cheaper.
you know that the black market has some jewelry areas themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And what did you roll?
What am I rolling for again? I'm sorry.
This one's going to be an investigation check.
Investigation.
20.
As you take it to your eye and you look closer at it, and she lets you touch it and everything, examine it, you come away with the way that it's cut, being uncut. Sorry, the way it's uncut, and its size. You can tell it's real. It's a real diamond. It's definitely what you need. It's also only worth 600 gold. She is up in that price a lot on you.
Ooh. Girl.
Okay. Do I know of any other places? Well, you said black market, right?
You know the black market that sells jewelry as well, and probably precious stones like this. You know of let's see. As your general understanding of the city and everything, you think that Restoration, the upper class like healer shop, might have stuff like this specifically for spells such as this. You're not sure how much they would sell for, but probably more expensive than what you're getting here, because this is more this is the crier ward that you're in. Oh, mark off 2 silver for passage between matches between.
I want a fast pass.
Yeah.
Easy path.
And then, but you don't know of any other place that's going to be as specifically inclined for this kind of stuff. For having
Does this store look heavily booby-trapped in any way? Because she might go later tonight and just steal it.
Roll me an investigation check as you look around.
Yes. What's your name? Inala.
21.
21. You notice that there seems to be some sort of setup of an alarm system. Something that's pretty. You see some runes over the door on one side, so you can tell, like, just looking around the room and kind of casing it as you're talking with this woman, you realize that there is some sort of alarm spell that's cast over the door. So if people enter, it'll set off an alarm. You're not sure exactly if it's out loud or blah blah blah, but there is some sort of alarm that is cast for the door, and you can tell that there's another one for the back door kind of thing. It's not the back door to the whole establishment because you can't see it from there, but it's the door that goes deeper into the establishment, so the back room. So in essence, anyone who comes up into this front room will set off an alarm. But that's from where you can tell from here. There doesn't seem to be any other kind of trap in this area.
I recognize? Well, have I encountered those ruins before?
You have. It's a pretty common used alarm system for shops such as this in a world magic as it is. And you know how to disengage that kind of trap without making it go. Being, you would have to you can't do it yourself. You have to cast Dispel Magic to do it. Or without entering the room, cause some sort of disruption to the runes themselves. And since you know where they are, you could in theory do so if you could get that kind of angle on it, kind of thing, from the outside without breaking the alarm. You could also hide in here, in theory, and not break the alarm by being within it already, but that might be more difficult.
Nemo might have counterspell. Who knows?
Those are your respective options. But you also know it's worth 600 gold. That's what you need. So you could try bartering her down if you wanted to.
Could.
Up to you. What would Enola do? I can totally see her breaking into this place after dark.
He hasn't broken
After-
in anywhere in so long. He misses it.
What?
She's getting the itch.
Little itch. I'll just tell her I'll think about it. And I may
Okay.
come back another day. And I'll leave.
Okay, so you leave. Do you want to try to case the area, going around the building itself, kind of checking out any
Mhm.
other things? Go
Can
ahead
I
and roll me
also-
another.
Can I also check the roof, even to see if there's a way to get in through there?
Ooh.
Another investigation check, please. Also, a stealth check as you're doing this during the day. Unless you want to come back at night and do it.
Oh yeah, she'll come back later that night and do it.
You can roll with advantage because of your coat. Because of your cloak.
27 for investigation.
Nice.
And you said stealth?
Mm-hmm.
22.
Nice.
Again, nice.
I feel like this is the best batch of rolls that you've ever given for
It's
Nala.
true. Mhm.
So as you're looking around, checking around, you find 2 more alarm traps. One on a window as one of your entrances on the roof, and then one on the back door. You find 2 more windows. Those ones are not alarmed. But would you go inside in that case?
Windows aren't alarmed, you said?
You find 2 more windows that are not alarmed. One is on the roof and one is on the ground floor. But
I'll go.
you don't have to go in. You can just kind of check it out for now, and you can come back later.
Yeah, she'll go back later tonight.
So you kind of get this listing of like the safer entrances to the establishment as you step away. But now you know where a diamond is that you guys need. You could check around further. Did you want to check out other try again to look for a new place with what you would need?
Yeah, I can try.
It didn't take you too long to find this place with your high roll,
No.
so you have enough time to like look for another. So go ahead and give me a new investigation check as you go deeper into the city.
What was the name of the one I was just at again?
Precious.
Precious.
We want it, but we can't have it. My precious.
21.
21. You come to another place. Another jewelry shop, but they end up giving you a couple diamonds that aren't the right size. Nothing close to what you need. Yeah. So that last shop that you find doesn't cut it. Pun intended. Okay. So for Kanari, and that basically expends your day of traveling around. Nemo, Kanari, you guys were seeking
Can we take
out
a
more
break
information
real
about the algebra. Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I need
Thank you.
Yay.
Okie dokie. I got it. That
Okay.
sounds good. Alright, cool. Be back.
I don't need to pee, so I'm just gonna sit here useless.
Hello.
Hello. I have to stop coughing.
Dying.
I know.
Look, I have red pants now.
Wow. Nice. Did you just get them?
Yes, I did. I got them at the thrift store. And then I went to the same thrift store later that week and got the same exact brand, cut and size of pants, but in brown corduroy. So now I have two. And
Nice.
then I went to an antique store in Knoxville and found, yet again, the same exact pair of pants, same size and cut in denim. I didn't get them because they were A, $25, B, I didn't like the wash all that much to pay $25 for them. I would have because I really like the pants, but I didn't like the wash enough to pay $25 for them, you know?
No, yeah. I have 2 pairs of brown corduroy. They're both low-rise, but one is a boot cut. I love them. Super cute. They're from Target, I think.
These are I had never heard of the brand before. It's Bill Blass, but it was apparently a very popular brand in the early 90s.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of them either.
But yeah, 25 isn't unreasonable to pay for them. Like if you're selling them on Poshmark or like a resale website, they're like 15 to 30.
Oh, nice. I have a pair I thrifted it, but it's from this store called Talbot's, and they're really high-end. My mom actually works there part-time, but I showed my mom, and she's like, oh, those are easily like $130, $140. Like if you were to come to the store and got them, I only got them for like $50.
I do know Talbot's.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I'm good at thrifting, so I know what brands are high quality.
They're really good quality. I found them for nothing. I love them.
Talbot's, Christopher and Banks, Express, Loft, etc. So I know the high quality brands. But when I bought these pants, I didn't know they were super high quality. I just know that I liked them and they felt good.
I always find Ralph Lauren or Tommy Hilfiger.
Ralph Lauren.
Or, what's the other one? Not Banana Republic, although I found those too. There's another one. Oh, I can't remember the name. But it's another really high end, and I really like them. And I found every pair of Levi's, like Levi jeans I have, I've also thrifted.
I did find a pair of 501s. Okay, so I wear a 32-32 in their 560s, but 32-32 in their 501s doesn't fit. Like, wasn't even close.
Are they just a different cut?
Yeah, the 501s and the 560s are two different cuts, but I figured the measurement would still fit, you know? 32-32. I figured both would fit. Not even.
It's so weird. I hate shopping for jeans. Every size is different everywhere you go. It's so annoying.
Even within the same brand. So fun. I can't wait to talk to Janora. I'm so excited.
That was so sweet what he did. My heart.
I know. I literally thought I was going to have to kick his ass, but I didn't.
I know. You were fight or flight, and you chose fight.
Have you met Carl?
I mean, you know.
It's always fight. Actually, I think with our group, the answer is always fight. Fight or flight? That's not even a question.
Yeah.
That's true. It is just fight or fight.
Today, oh my word, because I was going in and out all day today.
You went in and out?
No, like, ha ha ha.
You're welcome.
Such a dad thing to say, Isabel.
You're such a dad.
But no, like I was doing, because we have an expo that we're exhibiting at tomorrow for work, and today I was like going in and out, like packing stuff, taking stuff in, setting stuff up, and my eyes because of the smoke were hurting so bad. Like I didn't think it would be this much of an issue. It's coming from Canada. But like no sun today. Like it was purely like I just thought it was a bunch of fog. I was like, this is weird. And I looked it up and there were like severe air warning because of wildfires in Canada.
Dang.
I was like, that's great. It literally smells like a bonfire outside.
Talking about all the smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sucks,
We are
guys.
back in this, dudes. Okay. So, Nemo and Kanari, you guys doing some reconnaissance on the Aljaber, the auction coming up. So, what exactly are the two of you seeking, or is one person helping the other in seeking what you guys are looking for?
Great question.
I was just gonna try and get inside.
Wait, so we're trying to sneak into the building? Why?
First
What
off,
good is that
let's
gonna do?
find it. So how about Nemo, since you can see, and Kanari cannot see tracks, Nemo, give me a survival check at disadvantage because you don't know how to track. You were given general directions of general direction. I mean very general, as
Well,
in a direction
It was
downward
the same
from the
roll
city.
each time, so say 6.
You spend a good couple hours, few hours, 6 hours, most of your day.
If we're not finding it,
Looking.
Kanari will find some beggar and just give him a few coins to.
I would say you didn't never asked how far it was, how far of a far to go to. So like you guys you don't know where it's
I
at.
thought you said
Like
it was
you just
on
know a
like
general direction. It's outside the city, but that could be like a day's ride outside of the city, or like 5
thought you
hours
said
or
I
6
know-
hours outside of the city in a direction.
You said Nemo would know where that is.
No. He knows generally where it is. Like you could, okay. In his assumption, he was like, someone could track where tracks are going. You could not in this case. But I'm saying you probably still waste the time because you guys didn't know how long you were supposed to be like going, kind of thing. And Kanari, you're just following him. And with that low of a check, you probably thought you knew where you're going, and just don't get anywhere. Survival.
I think we
checks,
should
man.
go back and ask somebody, Nemo. This isn't working very well.
I'm sure it's just around the ridge.
Oh boy.
Basically. And so come evening, you guys finally circle back. And you guys were planning to do something for the evening?
Well, while she's out in the desert, Kanari, desert, the city, somewhere around,
Mm-hmm.
she wanted to either find or kill a couple of small critters.
Children?
Not super small.
I'd like to look for a young boy.
Thank you, Sam Regal. Anyway, she wants to kill some critters and take their skulls with her.
Some human critters.
Okay.
No!
Roll a perception check. As
I
you're
knew-
looking for them.
I knew she was weird, but this is another level.
Just wait. 19 DM.
You definitely find a few small critters. You find a snake. Was there anything
No.
specifically you're looking for? Like small desert kind of like little.
Probably
Tortoise.
like furry ones or something. So she wants skulls that are like.
You find it like some desert squirrels. Some little like a fox, but it's like a desert fox.
Okay, that's fine. I would say she'll even kill like loose wild city dogs if she has to. She doesn't
Some
really.
dragons.
Or a child
Mhm.
that has a dog.
Little
Oh,
Something like a coyote, but like in the desert, a coyote very
Two birds
yeah,
with one
something
stone.
like that. Yeah.
okay.
So she gets,
Kills them super easy. It's so easy for you. No
and
issue.
she skins them and takes their skulls with her. And then I will explain what I do with them later, but
Okay.
back to town.
You guys get back in the evening. Nemo, you were doing something for the evening?
No, that's what I was doing for the evening.
Okay. Then come the next day. Inala, you come the evening. Did you want to tell your comrades to try to come and help you with robbing this place?
I'll let them know what I'm doing, but you said the windows.
Yo, guys, I'm
weren't
robbing a
alarmed.
jewelry shop tonight.
You said the windows weren't booby trapped or alarmed in any way, right?
As far as you can tell from the outside, without going in, yes.
Okay.
I mean, like, you know which ones were not and the ones that were.
Okay. Are they all back at the where we're staying for the night?
Yeah, later into the evening, they circle back and they come back into the Tawdry Inn. Go ahead and mark another 6 copper for the room. 6 copper pieces. Someone.
Hey guys, just so you know, I'm gonna go rob this jewelry store for the crystal we need. If I'm not back by tomorrow morning, I'm either dead or I got caught, which is unlikely. But who knows?
What?
You know that crystal that we need to bring a toll back? Well, I was at this jewelry shop today. And this lady was trying to sell me one that was way overpriced, worth so much less. So I didn't like that, so I left. And I'm going to go steal it instead. So if I'm not back tomorrow morning, I'm either dead or I got caught. So
you're a common criminal now?
No. This is for the greater good, for a toll. It's fine.
Very good. I am your wife. Anyway,
Who's trying to take more of my money? Like,
okay, that's fine. If you want help, I'm happy to help you. But my question is, whose soul are we gonna trade? Like, that's what I want to know.
Nemo's all
Was
dark
that a
and
raised hand?
mysterious. Nemo's all dark and mysterious. I thought he would have had an answer for that by now.
And Nemo, whose soul? You still Jupiter's soul tucked away somewhere? Can we take that one, maybe?
No.
Fine, that's fine.
You hear Ty in the back of your mind, Kanari, saying, "You're not thinking about me either, right?"
Of course not, Ty. I would burn the world down before that happened. Come on.
That's
Okay.
a possibility?
Don't even go there. She'll kill you. She will kill Karhale. She will.
No, that was
Oh.
that was a meta player thing. I didn't even realize that was a thing that would could possibly
I don't know.
She is
happen.
her own soul.
I
Yeah.
didn't realize that.
Oh,
Neat.
and all you need is a soul in exchange.
Ty can give up her soul for Kanari.
Ty might get up for Kanari. She's not doing it for a toll. Even then, that I don't know. That's a maybe. Maybe. Who knows? But anyway, well, I mean, I don't really love the idea of going and finding some beggar on the street and sacrificing them. That's a little dark even for me. So we need to figure out.
Why'd your mind go there, Kanari? Why?
I said I didn't want to do that. So that's
But
the
your
plus.
mind still thought it. I still thought
I
we
didn't know-
thought it.
Well, where else are souls where souls aren't really common commodity? So where are we supposed to get one?
That's a good point.
Yeah,
No.
and you and I need to talk later, Ty, when we have a second. But right now,
Okay.
Still.
I'm busy through next week.
Yeah, I'll be brushing my teeth then, actually.
I'm sick. Anyway, do you want help, Anala, or is it better if I stay here?
I should be fine. If you, I mean, we have the earring. I'll use it if I need either of you, but
I don't
Do you
know
want
how
us to
Definitely
like?
be out of range for the
Yeah.
Do you want us to be like
we can
standing
come with
outside
you
or
and stay,
something?
yeah, far away.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys want, I don't think it's necessary, but like I said, if I'm not back tomorrow, I'm either dead or I'm caught.
We'll go with you.
How about we wait outside?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, just.
I'll keep him quiet. Don't worry.
But I'm not. Yeah, I'm not worried about you, Kanari. I just,
Thanks.
you know, you're welcome.
Okay. So, Anala, are you going to? How are you going to approach this? Are you going to stealth there, and then kind of case the joint again, slip in the middle of the night?
Yeah, I'll stealth there. How far is it from where we're staying?
It's a few miles. It's across the city. No. It's not across the city. It's in the Crier ward, but it is 2 wards away. So it's still across the city. Never mind. So as you make your way across the city, slipping through the alleys and the place, and you're getting a lot more used to the city now. You're becoming more familiar with the streets and the passages through. You still do need to mark off the silver because you still do have to pass between wards.
That's
unless
2?
you want to climb the walls, but that
I'll
would be
climb.
a dangerous feat in of itself.
Oh wait, that would be
Okay.
dangerous.
If you climb,
Oh.
no, it's fine for you. Dangerous for anyone else who's not you. You could climb.
Okay.
No one can come with you. But they can try to climb, but it'll be a roll.
We're
You don't
not.
have to roll.
We're not
You
going
don't.
with you though. I don't think so. We're just.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're
you're right.
staying Outside.
We're just staying
Oh, okay.
outside.
Yeah.
The bar.
And
or
all
the
You
store.
climb the wall. No payment necessary at all. There's some guards that are up top, but as you're stealthing past them, it doesn't really matter. Actually, did you roll a stealth check? I don't think you did.
I don't
Wait,
think it
I'm
is.
sorry. Is this to cross the wards or to get
Go ahead and roll one.
the store?
This is past wards because I was gonna have her mark off coin, but
Oh.
since she's stealthing across, she might not want to interact with guards anyway. So I was like, oh, you could climb, the walls.
Nemo and I are following her to the store. We probably would just walk through the gates, like
Yeah.
like normal people.
Yeah.
Do I get?
So go ahead and mark off
advan-
2 silver for the passage between wards.
Do I get advantage because I have my cloak on?
For stealth, yes.
Nemo, look at her go. She's even singing her own theme song. I can hear it in her brain. Like she thinks she's so cool.
She's making her way through the city,
Open the
across
wall.
rooftops. Leaping.
8. From now on, I refuse
Hiding.
to do any other type of roll except investigation and stealth.
Sneaking. I imagine you like Flintwood, or what was it? Flint Lockwood from Cloudy with the Chance of Meatballs, and he's like, sneak in, and now we're doing dangerous things, or like, I forget what he was saying, but he was just saying it out loud.
I always
Anyway.
hear Kronk when he's like trying to get out of the city. He's like,
Yep. And you climb over the wall easily enough. And I'm sorry, you said the number and I lost it.
28.
Nice. Okay. As a side note too, the tail that's been following you guys recently and stuff and all that loses you like that. So you are lost to the wind at this moment, and you make your way all the way to the Precious Jewelry Store. As you come up behind, as you come up to the place, go ahead and give me an investigation check as you kind of case the joint again.
Tricksy hobbitses.
You said investigation, right?
Yep.
23. I'm really Rogan today.
yeah.
23. Yeah. Okay. So you notice the same things about the different windows and the different doors and everything. Each one is trapped with an alarm spell. Nothing dangerous from what you can tell on the outside. One thing you do notice though is that right on the inside of the front room, where the room where you enter into the shop and probably where some of the stuff is kept, you see a guard, someone who's a night guard who's standing watch kind of thing within. So you know that that's going to be an issue, but not yet. As you come around the backside and you come to one of the windows that is not alarmed, up on the roof as you're climbing up to it and everything. It is locked though, so go ahead and give me a dexterity check with proficiency, because you are proficient in thieves' tools as you try to pick the lock. This is not at advantage.
Okay. $17.
17. You slip your thieves' tool in through the slats of the window and raising it up, trying to like angle it just so to knock out the latch. And you hear a click, and the window slides open, and you slink inside. As you step inside, do you descend into you slip right into what seems to be a main room, and you hear some soft breathing. And you're like, oh, this is a bedroom. Extra quiet, but you are so quiet that they wouldn't be waking up from this. And you slink past them. You go out into the hallway. Looking left, right. There's a set of stairs down the corridor. Do you make your way to the stairs since you're on the second level?
Sure. So I didn't see where she went in, like, when I was there earlier, I didn't see where she went to get the stone, right? I just saw her go back.
Nope.
Okay. Then sure.
You make your way further inside. As you descend the stairs, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Mm. 18.
18. Once you get to the top of the stairs, you immediately notice, hearing-wise, you hear what sounds like the snuffling of a dog down below. And it seems like there's some sort of animal, but probably a dog, kind of around on the ground floor of the establishment. You're assuming it's probably some sort of, in theory, a dog for alarm, in case someone who's not supposed to be there is there. But the dog has not noticed you yet as you're descending. But if you go down the stairs, you know that will be an issue. What do you do to get rid of the dog? You could kill it if you wanted.
Is it awake? Is it sleeping?
It's awake. It's
it's
ambling
awake.
around.
Okay.
And you hear like just some of the snuffling as it's just moving around, pawing at things, sniffing around.
Can I tell if it's friendly or not at all?
Roll a dog insight check from the distance at disadvantage because you're at a distance. This is just you glancing at the dog and kind of surveying it right off.
What is this for? Wait, so whatever.
Insight.
Insight. Okay. 14.
14. Okay. Giving just a brief glance over to this dog, as you look at it, it looks pretty. It's not mangy. It seems well kept and like well fed and everything. But it also looks pretty attentive, and it seems it strikes you immediately that this dog will probably bark at you if you catch its attention. And not friendly to strangers is what you gather.
Oh boy.
This feels very like Jester on her own all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm. So it's just the first floor and the second floor?
First floor and the second floor. Mm-hmm.
I didn't
And
see
the first
anything.
floor presently being guarded by a dog in the corridor, and assumedly a watchman or some sort of guard deeper into the where the stuff is kept.
And I didn't see anything on the second floor.
What see anything in what way?
Or did I not?
You never checked,
I never checked.
but
Okay.
you haven't stumbled onto anything yet. You have not descended the stairs though.
Okay. Oh wait, yeah, because you said I walked into a bedroom. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess I'll start checking other rooms. If any door is unlocked, I'll.
You check along the rooms. The room you left was locked from the inside, but you unlocked it as you exited. The other rooms don't seem to be locked. There's a study. You open it, swing it shut. There's a washroom. You open it, swing it shut. You come to another room, open it. Seems to be some sort of work room, probably for cutting. And there's certain tools like jewelry making tools on benches and whatnot. You open this one. You kind of pause. Do you go in? Do you do anything else? This is the only other room on this top floor.
Is there anything that stands out in that room to me?
Jewelry cutting stuff. It could plausibly be where they keep a diamond, but it also just might be where they work on precious, the jewelry itself.
I'll check.
Okay, roll me an investigation check as you check through the room. Quickly, like, through the different drawers and all that.
21.
21. You come to a drawer that seems to be locked. After checking a few of them, you find tools. You find materials, but nothing important until finally you come to a locked drawer. Do you want to open it?
Yes, I don't see
You tug on it a bit. It doesn't open.
Ruins on it or anything, do I, before I open it?
Check for, go ahead and roll me a investigation check as you check for traps of some sort.
You can't fool me today, DM. 13.
13. You are looking around. You find what looks to be some sort of, it's not magical, but you do find what looks to be some sort of device on the corner of it. And if you had tugged any harder, it might have like exploded on its own. It's a little bursting capsule in a sense. You're not really sure what it does. But if you mess up the picking of it, it might trigger. You're not sure. Do you want to pick it?
Ooh.
Yes or no?
Sure. Make me
Okay.
question everything.
Roll a dexterity check and add your proficiency modifier. Did you expertise on lockpicking or on your thieves' tools? You didn't, right? Your expertise is in investigation. I know that. And then your other expertise, I think, might be another skill, but
it's in stealth and investigation.
Okay, then no
That's why they're
expertise for
so
this,
high.
but just your regular proficiency modifier.
30.
Ooh!
Again.
It is zip quick. Within seconds, you hear the snap and the tweak of the lock picking as you twist it around, and you hear that lock click, and then you slide the drawer open. No capsule bursting, nothing. It opens to what looks to be a good handful of multiple different cut, polished jewelry, jewels kind of thing. A good 2 handfuls worth at the bottom of the drawer. There's a lot of materials. It seems to be like in the process of making some jewelry necklaces, some rings, stuff like that. So it's like a bunch of either loose pieces or pieces that are already attached to stuff, but it's a bunch of jewelry down there and like worth money jewelry. but no
Take-
giant diamond.
I'll take something for Kanari, Kahale, and Yumo. Something I think they would like. And I'll stuff it in
Okay.
my bag.
You find
Then I'll
you
close
find
it.
an emerald. You find a beautiful emerald that seems to like strike you as Karhali. You pull that. You find an amethyst purple jewel that seems to strike you. It's beautiful. You don't know exactly maybe for who it might be for. You find a nice sapphire though. Which one would you take for who? You find some rubies as well. There's basically a whole range of different jewels here. What would you see for per person?
Those weren't my only options, or were they my only options?
You tell me what you're picturing, and I'll tell you if it's in the store.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know all of the kind of jewels off the top of my head. Those were the first ones that came to mind.
Definitely something blue for Nemo.
Okay.
For
Sapphire, got you.
Kahale,
You snatch the sapphire, put it into your little pouch. The sapphire itself is attached to a ring already. The emerald itself was attached to a necklace. And you have different rubies. There's also some gold and silver chains and such within. There's some golden bands and bangles as well.
Oh, I'll get those for Kanari.
Okay. Pair of bangles, tuck that away. Anything else? There's good handfuls of stuff. There's probably, just kind of cursory looking over it, worth few thousand gold probably within the store. You could take more. It's totally up to you.
For Kahale, I don't know. Maybe if there's like a necklace with like a green gem, maybe.
Yeah. You tuck an emerald necklace away into your little pouch. Go ahead and mark down that you have a sapphire ring, golden bangles, and an emerald necklace into your inventory. And if you grab nothing else, then you can close the drawer, close the area and everything as you back out and try to leave no traces of
If
your...
there's like a simple chain, not like too crazy, I'll take that for it.
There's a nice platinum chain, like a thin, very thin platinum chain that's in there that strikes your fancy.
I'll
you
take
can
it
add that to your inventory. So you took away the
You're a
jewelry,
terrible
back
person,
out
and
of
I
the
love
area.
you. Shopping
Okay,
too.
so the diamond wasn't in there. Do you descend to the first floor where the dog is? And how are you going to get past the dog?
So there's also the guard, right? Or is he outside at the front door?
He is presently, so there's a front room, which is where the jewelry shop opens to the public and everything. That's where he was. You're presently in the back rooms, further into the establishment. It's basically this person's house. Like this is where he lives, and this is what she and her husband, in theory, you saw just a woman in the bed. The man didn't seem to be there today, but you could tell it was a room for two people, double bed.
You could uncover a solicited affair, and then she'll give you the diamond for free.
There you go. I like it.
Scandal.
But this is their lifeblood kind of thing.
That's too bad. Anyway.
It'll be her lifeblood until he steals it all from under her to give it to his mistress. So you're doing her a favor.
I mean, the divorce means that she probably won't keep anything, not in this kind of society.
You're all
It sucks.
terrible people,
okay.
all of you.
Honestly, tall isn't super sexist. It's really not. That's more
It's just racist.
Yeah, just racist.
Okay, so
And
the dog,
magician.
the dog's at the end of the stairs, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Bottom of the stairs. It's circling around. It's not always there, but like you could wait for it to come next to the staircase. And it hasn't noticed you yet. But on that note, actually give me a new stealth check.
Stupid dog. Me. 13.
13. At this point, you see the dog, and it's starting to like perk up in the direction of the staircase and starts to snuffle its way. Going up the staircase, up, and you back down the corridor. It's coming up to the top of the stairs. Do you back into a door? Into one of the rooms?
Yeah, I'll back into one of the rooms, and I won't close the door completely, but like leaving this much room so I could still see.
You silently retrace your steps back to one of the rooms, and you withdraw, closing the door to just a crack, and you see the dog coming around, and it's coming down the corridor toward you. Seems to be tracing your scent up the stairs, up the corridor. What do you do?
You hear in your mind, how's it going? How's it going in there? I'm just checking in on you, by the way.
Oh yeah, Nemo and Canary are made their way outside of the house, separate from you. I forgot about that.
You still alive in there?
Yeah, but there's this stupid dog.
A dog?
No, it doesn't look nice.
You said a dog? I think Canary was just talking about like vermin she wanted to find, or critters. Maybe you could let her in.
The dog is snuffling right outside your door at this point, and it starts
Canary
to
kind of
scratch
starts stumbling over to the steps of the house like she's drunk.
Stumbling? Oh boy.
Okay. Is this at the front of the establishment or at the back?
Probably wherever she thinks what's her face, Anala would not be going to. You know, like if she knew the store was at the front, she'd be going towards the back. Does that make sense?
Okay, sure. So if you know the store's at the front, then you circle to the back. We'll go with that. So up at the back,
starts like
stumbling around,
singing a little drunkenly.
Okay, roll a performance check. How much attention can you draw?
That's an 11. Not my greatest.
Okay. Honestly, you're not quite drawing enough attention. The dog is not paying attention to you instead of Anala. Are you shouting, or are you still just kind of like singing, like lowly kind of thing, trying to just draw attention?
She's not shouting.
In this area, not trying to draw outward attention.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. No one from inside Anala, you can't even hear her. And the dog doesn't seem to either notice, or maybe your scent has been picked up stronger to where he's more focused on you. But he starts to scratch at the door a lot more. And you even hear like a low little as it starts to make sound and be louder. Until finally
Nemo, make it sound, make some smell or some noise or something to get the dog to come towards us.
I'll make a faint wisping smell of bacon.
You are outside of the building. Do you go inside the building to get close enough to where the dog would be able to scent that?
Dog smells are pretty good, right?
Sure, but you're also inside a building versus outside the building. The dog is inside,
like right inside the back door. You know, like stand outside, cast a smell inside the back door, and then it'll smell like it's inside the house.
Yeah, well.
Can you do that through a door?
Yeah, I mean,
I should leave more often. You guys are really funny when I'm not around.
Yeah, you
guys
create
do the
an
dumbest things, and I
instantaneous.
love it.
It says instantaneous up to 10 feet. That can be
okay. So up to 10 feet, then within. So you come up to the back door, as Canary calls you over, and you start trying to make the scent of bacon. outside the door. Outside the door. It is a cantrip though, so it's not going to be a super strong scent necessarily.
No.
So go ahead and roll
Also
me
pull
a
out some
charisma
rations
check.
and find some jerky in there and kind of
Hmm.
shove it under the door crack.
Okay. Nemo, as you try to waft that scent as well as the scent of your made bacon, as you stuff some wads of food through the crack of the door, into the crack of the door. Go ahead and roll me that d20 and add your charisma check. Your charisma modifier.
Or you can
Wait,
make it smell
D20
like a
with
dog.
a charisma
This
modifier?
is just your casting modifier.
Wait, so what am I? I'm just rolling a straight D20 with charisma positive? Okay.
Yeah, it's what Matt Mercer always does for like making spells do things that they don't normally like specifically do.
Well, this is okay. It's
Have
a
a stronger
24.
effect. This is to have a stronger effect than a cantrip can do because it's a cantrip. But
It's just a faint smell. It's not supposed to be
I know this is to determine whether the dog notices that other than
Okay.
a person on the other side of the door right now.
Yeah.
And you got, what was it?
A 24.
24. That's a lot better than I thought you had said initially. I thought you said 12 or something. Anyway, okay. So, Enola, as you are on the other side of the store right now, and this dog is scratching at the door and starting to like, and starting to like amp up and like actually kind of like wax its shoulder into the door as it like bumps into it, trying to get inside at you. You're getting more nervous and everything. The sweat's starting to bead on your skin. You're like, oh crap, what do I do? What do I do? But then the dog, you hear it, and it pauses, cocks its head to the side, and you were holding the door shut as the dog was trying to get in because you hadn't closed it all the way. But then you open a little bit as you see the dog kind of turn around and start skittering down the hallway and down the steps and out to the door. And the dog finds your guys' little jerky. You guys can't see it but you hear the dog coming down the stairs at this point. And then you hear outside of the back door here. And Enola, the dog is gone. You step out into the hallway. The dog's not on the staircase either. You go down to the stairs. You go further down. Do you go down to the first floor now that you can't see the dog? You're not sure exactly where the dog is, but you can't see it from the stairs anymore.
I will exit ever so slowly and make my way downstairs.
Okay.
Making my way.
Roll a
down.
new stealth check to not draw attention to the dog that is presently eating food near the back door. And will only be caught up doing this for the next maybe 20 more seconds. Stealth check.
Oh, yeah.
At advantage because of your cloak.
Trusty cloak. 26. Thank God for advantage.
Okay. Nice.
Second one was
Okay.
a 2.
You descend, you sneak past. The dog doesn't even glance up at you as you move past. You go to the front room, generally where you know the front of the store is, and so you come through a hallway, through what seems to be some sort of workroom that opens into the main area, the main shopping area and everything. And as you go forward, go ahead and roll me an investigation check as you pass through this one kind of the back room to the main area shop. As you search through looking for the diamond.
24.
24. That's really good. You look through, checking around, and you find what seems to be some sort of drawer. And as you open it, and you're like, "This is probably based on the surroundings and your investigation." You find the drawer that you know would probably be holding all of the jewels and like different lock boxes and stuff like that. You open it, and it's empty. You look out into the main area, and you see a night guard at a distance through a door. You can see it through kind of the little open slot of the door that she can look through from the back room when she closes it. You can see him, and you see an open lockbox that's big enough to fit in this drawer, this kind of like cabinet area that you open, and it's presently out on the top of the counter. In essence, all the stuff of value on this floor has been collected to where he can be in the vicinity of it. So you know where the diamonds and such probably are within that room. You can see it. You also see a night guard. How do you get through him?
So it's in that room with the guard, or
Mhm.
potentially.
And he does not notice you as of yet.
Okay.
Seduce him.
I like this idea.
Nala would not like the idea. He'd rather die.
Hey there. How you doing?
Okay. Hold on.
The dog that was like eating and like scrounging or whatever right outside of the door, Nemo, you hear it, the sounds die down until finally the dog seems to be wandering off.
Okay.
I'd like to read you a quote from our
what?
From our DM from a couple sessions ago.
Oh.
It's not deadly. It's just going to cause you pain and suffering for multiple days.
There we go. I love it.
That's all. Thank you.
Enola, what are you gonna do?
Sorry, I'm just reading something.
You're good.
Am I able to, when I can see of the room, can I tell if I'll be able to find it fairly quickly, or is
Oh
it
yeah,
gonna take
you
time?
know where it is. It's in that lockbox. You're probably gonna have to do another lock picking check to get through the lockbox itself. But the
Okay.
main issue right now is the guard.
I will cast sleep on him.
There you go. Arcane Trickster's gonna Arcane Trickster. Go ahead and roll me 5d8s. And keep in mind, if his HP is higher than that, then I'm gonna crack her. I have a guard here.
Okay.
Actually, never mind. Don't do that. He falls asleep. I just looked at what the.
I thought
Yeah.
you meant don't cast sleep on him. I was like, oh, okay.
Oh.
Sorry. No. Oh no. You're fine. You're fine. As
No,
in,
you
you
said
send
it.
out the
You
spell, and the guy immediately swoons, slams down into the ground, but not hard enough to cause him damage. In which case, you wake up again. But
Cast sleep on him, falls hits his head, never wakes up.
But yeah, he falls asleep. You make your way inside. You go to the lockbox really quickly. Go ahead and roll me a lockpicking check. So dexterity plus your proficiency bonus. That solved an issue
26.
very easily. 26? And you open the box, and there inside are multiple different large uncut jewels. You have
Take the biggest.
large uncut sapphire, large uncut emerald, and the large uncut diamond. And did I say not a sapphire, a ruby, a large uncut ruby, an emerald, and then the diamond that you already knew about.
I'll just go ahead and take the diamond. Unless I know any of the other ones are of higher value.
The ruby is bigger than the diamond is.
Okay.
Value wise, if you want, you can do an investigation check right now. As you kind of examine them based on your understanding.
31.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sorry, did you say 31?
I rolled a natural 20.
Examine it,
Investigation's
and just-
an 11.
You don't even have to pick it up. Actually, just glancing at it, just based on your experience with the Targaryen family, your mom's maiden name, and like her experiences and stuff, and what she's told you about diamonds, you case them all. The emerald is worth.
I promise it's a
500
20. I
gold.
will take a picture.
The ruby itself, the size that it's at, is worth 800 gold, and then the diamond itself is worth 600, like you already knew.
Are these
So they are worth, give or take, more.
are these the dice I got you?
No, these are ones I got when we
Ooh.
went to the tabletop place.
This is nice.
In New Orleans?
No, in
Oh, in Raleigh.
yes.
So good.
Hey.
I haven't done the
Okay.
I haven't
Did you
done the
pocket them all?
ritual on the ones you've got, other ones you got me.
Shout
Say
out
that
to
again?
Side Quest in Raleigh.
Maybe-
I love you.
Maybe you don't need to anymore. Do you pocket them all?
Just the one that I would know that would be more than the rest.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna
You take the ruby and you take the diamond, pocket those. Go ahead and add a ruby worth 800 gold into your inventory, and then a diamond worth 600 gold into your inventory. You close the lockbox. You put the lock back where it should have been. Try to leave everything as you had it touched it. Maybe the guard just fell asleep on his own. They don't know. You slip out the back the way you came. Do you?
Oh, I would have only taken the ruby. I wouldn't have taken both. Oh wait, no. What we need the diamond specifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You forgot the whole purpose of the whole
Yeah.
trip.
Yeah. So
I
no,
miss you around this place.
I would have just taken the diamond. I wouldn't have taken the ruby.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you just take the diamond, leaving the ruby behind. No worries, and you exit the way you came. Go ahead and give me a new stealth check as you pass by the dog again. Roll it at disadvantage. This will determine if you're near the dog or not.
16.
16. So I need to roll for this dog. Okay. So as you step out to go into the hallway and you're slinking as quietly as you can and everything, immediately your leg brushes against something warm, fuzzy, and the dog looks up at you and barks immediately, very loudly. And loudly barks. You get about 3 barks before you can do something. And actually roll me initiative with the dog.
Should have got Canary. I told you.
3 barks. You hear, because of the 3 barks from this dog. Would that be enough? The sleep spell, you have to like shake them awake, right? You can't just yell at them. Yeah. So the dog, so that guy's not awake. That's going to cause. I'm going to give the dog a performance check for how loud it's being to see if it wakes anyone up. But I need. Oh crap! Wrong book.
You think as a DM you're gonna be having these huge epic battles with dragons and heroes. No,
Dog.
I need a dog.
you're frantically
Where's the dog?
searching the Dungeon Master's Guide for a performance check for a dog.
Yup. I guess it's more toward the front because it's a D, A, B, C, D, 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 death dog. That's a little bit darker than a regular dog. I don't have a regular dog. There's no regular dog. It's just a death dog. Okay, I'm going to do death dog, though, and it'll just be, it's fine. It's not even that crazy of a powerful dog. So, that's a performance check for the dog for if he wakes people up. That was a natural 3, so he wakes no one up because it's a -2. So the dog barks, but what is your initiative?
I got a 12.
Okay, the dog goes first. The dog leaps at you at this point. And the dog makes a bite attack against you, and that's going to be natural 16. So that's going to be does a 20 hit, dirty 20 hit.
Yes.
Okay, you take. Oh, that's a 6. The highest I'm gonna roll. That's 8 points of piercing damage as the dog latches onto your leg, and in so
That's enough
doing,
to kill a small child.
This dog is a really mean dog. It's a big dog.
I rescind my judgment for Kanari wanting to kill it.
Hey, a dog can kill a child. Like a dog
It's
can
true.
totally kill a child. Yeah, like this tracks. So 8 points of piercing damage, and then your turn.
I'm gonna
And you just
use...
kind of silently cry out in pain as it sinks its teeth into your leg.
I don't want to kill it. I will use Shocking Grasp on this dog.
That's funny.
Okay, so you zap the dog with just a little bit of magic as you just spin your fingers in the air, and it shocks it. Go ahead. Is it a saving throw, or do you roll to hit? You roll to hit. Go ahead and roll to hit, and add your magic attack bonus.
So, spell's damage increases by 1d8 when you reach... Oh, okay. So, 3... Am I just doing 1d8 then? No. No.
You go ahead
you're
and roll me a d20, and then add your intelligence plus proficiency.
Mm-hmm.
18 definitely hits. So now the electricity does hit the dog before the dog gets to move out of the way. So now go ahead and roll a d8, and that's what you get. But now the dog can't take reactions and therefore cannot attack you as you run away from it. So you don't have to disengage.
Strike by night.
Just 1d8, right?
Mm-hmm.
7.
I think it's 2d8 because you're above level 5 and cantrips level up usually. But
No, it says when the spell's damage increases by 1d8 when you reach 5th level, 11th level, and 17th.
But is that's when she picked what
I
level?
think that's player. I think that's player level. It doesn't
Yeah, it's
scale
player
with it's player level, not caster level. So
Okay.
even though she's multi-class so late, you still get the better effects of a cantrip.
Okay.
It's pretty cool.
Woo! A for multi-classing.
So it's still the 1d8, right? Or...
Yes, but
Yes,
well now
okay.
you roll 2.
2d8.
Okay.
So add this
So-
next one. So you had 8 points of damage,
So
right?
10 total.
10 total.
Nice.
So the dog
Kill the dog.
flops over and stops moving.
Oh,
Its
Wow.
teeth is still
That'll
in
be fun.
on your leg. It's still lashed onto your leg and everything. So you have to like kind of peel its locked jaw off of your calf, but you do, and the dog is just laying there, zapped. Its hair is kind of standing on end a bit, and you step away, and you can
So
continue through.
you robbed this couple and killed their dog.
This is literally the start of
Step out.
John Wick. This is how
How
John
do you
Wick
exit?
started.
Someone's gonna try
How
to
what
kill
started?
you.
Of
Have
John
you,
Wick.
have you ever seen John Wick?
It all
Oh.
started. Oh,
They
No,
literally, they
but-
it all
literally,
I get-
starts
I know
because
the
they
the
killed his
gangsters
puppy.
burn his house down, rob him, and kill his dog. That's literally
now
the
there's-
start of the movie.
This jeweler
now
is gonna
there's
John Wick
five-
us.
Now
Yeah.
there's 5
It's gonna
movies.
John Wick you.
5 John Wick movies.
How
All
do you
because
exit,
they
Enola?
killed this dog. Same way I came. in.
Honestly, I don't know why I'm asking. You know which ones are trapped and which ones aren't, so you exit through one exits, probably the way you came, out the window, down the side, and you pop out. Nemo and Kanari kind of like start a little bit when you land next to them. You're like, okay, we're good. And you guys make your way away from the establishment. No alarms, no night crawlers, no bells ringing in the city or anything.
Oh boy.
No one any the wiser as you guys make away with a diamond and multiple little jewels. But not everything they had. So maybe they won't come after anyone. But we'll see.
We'll see.
Successful. Karhale for your next day. So you guys go down to rest. You guys take your long
So
rest.
this is where
This is
where the skulls come in. So
Oh,
so
just so I understand.
as they go to lay down, Kanari's like, I'm sick of people scouting us in the middle of the night. It's very annoying. So she takes it and she fastens it with like some sticks. So if they open the door or the window, the skull will swing down and it'll be like right in their face. So it might scare them.
Nice. And it'll make a lot of sound, yeah.
And so then she's like, probably just let people watch, but it'll scare them if something happens, I suppose.
I love
if
you
anyone
all
steps
so
in.
much.
Yeah. So go ahead and give me a dexterity check as you make this trap for a door. Keep in mind, someone could still, in theory, try to like untrap it or whatever.
That's fair. But it just looks like a warning system mostly.
Yeah. Most definitely. It's great. I think it's great.
Dexterity, that's a 17.
Go ahead and write down 17 for your little trap.
Okay.
So that's gonna be the DC for this.
Okay.
For future reference.
Anyway, yeah, that's my little
okay. So you guys bed down to take your long rest. Unless you guys wait up longer, it's probably verging on 3 a.m. or so in the night at this point. After Anala's little escapade. That was great.
That was pretty great. It was fun.
Karhale, your next day of wisdom check as you are meditating even deeper and you're closer than you've ever felt yourself to something other than this world, almost. So go ahead and roll me a new wisdom check. This time it's a straight roll. No advantage with Nemo. And actually give me an insight check really quick.
I don't like that. I was going to roll, or not roll. I was going to smoke some more Shia.
Okay. You smoke another pack of the Shia. Go ahead and mark down another usage of Shia.
I did, and I'm marking down how many times I use it within a week, because if I use more than 5, I'll develop an addiction. So I'm on
Very
3.
Good. Very good.
I'm on 2 for this week.
Okay.
Okay, so for insight, that is...
I'm pretty sure this will make it 3, right? Because you did it just recently at Hangwanjun's place, which was a few days ago.
Oh! You're right. I thought that was longer ago. I was thinking of
Not
that.
that
I
long.
thought of
No
that
worries.
one.
So
I thought it
third
was
And
longer.
a week
usage.
is 10 days, remember.
A week
Yeah,
is 10
that's
days.
what messed me up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's
No
3
worries.
this week.
Totally
It's fine. So that is
Totally tracks too.
21.
21. Okay. So as you're reaching out, you're right there at the cusp. By the end of the day, you've been here for so long, you are aching, you're exhausted, honestly, because this is just an exhausting act in of itself. People come and go. Not very many people. It's the same woman from before, but you don't break your focus. You don't break your focus. You have an older man individual who kind of sees you there, steps back away, and lets you stay there at the shrine on your own. You even have some of your friends kind of peek in throughout the day to see if you're okay, but they don't bother you either. At a certain point, you feel someone is there. You feel a presence. But there's no sign or visual of anything. You just feel that third warmth almost is there. And you have ears at your left, wapiti at your right, but you feel something else in the room about you. But there's no words, nothing, no one says anything, nothing. But at the end of the day, you feel something, and you feel yourself right there on the cusp of breaking through of something. You're not even sure what it is. You're almost 2. So this is the okay. So anything you guys want to okay, actually this first night, this next night, you guys went down for your long rest. Kanari, you dream, but you don't dream like most people do. You see things that Tai has seen throughout her life. This night, after multiple nights recently of her just giving you good as good as she could give you back from Dalcor, the place that she was born in, the place where she was happy. Not that she's not happy now, but a place where she had normal. And tonight, you see something different. She can't seem to hold it back. Instead, you see a moment in the courts of Adar, actually. You're in a city made out of gold and brass, reflecting the light of the sun that never ends, almost as though the sun is always in the sky here. And it's brighter than you could ever know, being blind as you are, and it's painful even though these aren't your eyes that you're seeing it through. Whoever you're seeing through the eyes of seems used to it. It doesn't make them blink twice. You remember or see, as Ty remembers, riding on a horse to the peak of this one scaffolding as you're riding past multiple different statues built, twin-face or double-face statues. Every statue, every depiction of any person, whether in painting, mural form, or whatever, everything that you're passing, every statue has two faces. Each picture has two heads. Each form depicting a humanoid is never only one single person. Everyone is a double. And it makes sense because this is a city of the Kalishtar. You make it past multiple two-faced statues, even a giant statue of someone your mind at this moment thinks of as Talon Day, the leader of the entire city of Adar. The design of the statue is that of olden days. And you know this somehow.
Is that of the what?
Apparently. Talon Day, the man who runs this entire city of Adar.
Okay.
The Kalishtar specifically, who runs the entire city. When you get to the top, you look over the Great Gan Desert, and you see the beautiful scenery around you, beautiful to you as you've grown up in this kind of place. And the barrenness is beautiful in its landscape being. That is what it's meant to be and what it always will be. You sit down, you begin to paint. And in that moment, you realize it wasn't Kaor, the past body, the past life before you that Ty was attached to. It wasn't Kaor leading this body. This was all Ty, or Rin, as she once was. As Rin sits down to paint in a body that isn't her own, you wake up. Enola, you sleep, and you have a dream of your family back at home. Alira and Quillen dancing around you, shouting louder and louder until finally the cacophony gets to such a point that your mom shushes them, coming past you and saying, "You need to let her get to her studies. Leave her alone." As she kind of shushes the children, pushing them away from you, and you continue perusing the books of what seems to be piles and piles of tomes of information. It's unending. And the desk that you have at home, you see it here and now, and yet it's stacked so high you look up and the piles of information, the piles of research that you need to go through right now keeps on towering higher and higher and higher until you can't see the top of it. And you just look back down at your paper and keep on reading and reading and reading. It's exhausting. Nemo, you go to sleep, and there is a dream. When you wake up, you can't remember it, but you remember an explosion. And the explosion itself left this taste in your mouth of blood. And you wake up realizing you're actually tasting blood, and you realize you bit your tongue in the middle of sleep. Not so hard that you broke off a piece of it, but enough to make yourself bleed. But you remember in that moment of waking and realizing, oh, it's actually blood in my mouth that I'm tasting. You remember feeling like you were holding one of the grenades that you have right now, and you exploded, and everyone around you exploded with you. So, for the new day, what are you guys doing? As Karhale is still down in the sewers, shrine, meditating. Yes.
Did I know that she was called Ren before?
Rin. And she,
R-I-N?
I believe she told you Kaor Rin was the name of her past life, basically.
When she was attached to that person?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then Ty is her new name?
She's taken on a new name, yes.
Huh.
The one she gave you when you became aware of her presence.
Basically, like when murderers get released from prison, they change their name and.
Okay. But it was just her and herself. Like there was no other entity.
It was Ty. It was no, not necessarily. You didn't hear Kaor, but she was leading the body the whole time. You did, but there was never any conversation between them, so that's fair. There was no interaction. Whereas for you living with Ty now, there is always interaction. There's always a small interlude of conversation going on between you guys, no matter what time of the day, really. Like sometimes there's quiet moments, of course, but like it was odd spending hours within that dream with complete quiet.
Okay, I see.
As though she were alone in the body.
Okay.
Is there anything you guys would like to achieve for the day? Because if not, we can, or because we can roll for those achievements.
Fast travel.
Fast travel, you know.
Kanari's gonna
Today
find
is the last day
or
before the
something
resurrection.
to try to figure
It's
out
the
how
last
to
day?
more about the auction and the Al Jaber place and everything. Someone who can.
So, where would you be looking for this information? You said a beggar?
Sure, someone who would work for, she'd give you a few coins too and would, do her.
Okay.
People who have ins and outs of the city, because she doesn't have any, but.
Okay. In looking for someone come morning, as you guys go out and about to conduct different respective businesses, Kanari, give me an investigation check as you kind of look about the city trying to find someone that could be useful in that way.
Okie dokie. Second. That's not my strong suit. That's okay. Natural 20 for 20.
That's really good. Okay. Looking around the city, you end up a natural 20. Okay, so at a certain point, you come upon, you're looking around on the rougher side of town, back in the kind of Renegro.
Mm-hmm.
And on the outside of an inn that you're familiar with as you're making your way around and trying to like keep track of where you're at and everything on the streets, in front of the Tawdry, actually, where you guys were even staying as you kind of circle back after the first round of going around, you come upon someone. This is a younger man. You don't recognize him or anything necessarily. And as you've been kind of asking around about, are you specifically asking about the Aljaver family? Like that's what I understood you to be doing.
Basically, yeah. She wants to find someone who can give her some more information about them and or the auction they're holding.
Okay. The man responds as you kind of just ask this, just, do you happen to know anything about the Aljavers? I have business with them. The man responds with well, who's asking?
Someone who will pay you well for your trouble.
How well?
She leans in and gives a sniff. Well enough for you to buy some new clothes.
I don't know what you're talking about. These are new clothes. I bought them just yesterday.
Fine.
Clothes that you could find. I bathed yesterday as well. How rude are you? Why would we all ever want to do business with you? And he starts to stomp away.
She pulls out like 5 gold and she's like, I may be rude, but I have the money to back it up.
If you call that money, then you very much do not have the kind of money we desire. And he walks away.
I was looking for a beggar. A beggar's gonna turn down 5 gold.
Well, you were asking around, I thought, not just beggars, right?
yes,
you were
sure,
asking
I was
around
asking
for someone
around.
that could help you out, like someone who might be
Yes.
working for them, stuff like that. So I assumed it was just general people.
That's true. That's true. But
Mhm.
she knows that people who are richer tend to not, who they don't want to help you because they don't really care. But
Mhm.
that's fair. So sure, if you burn that bridge, she'll keep asking.
In this case, he did say we, and you gather the idea multiple times that this was an Algebear that you ran into accidentally.
Oh, well then if I had picked that up,
He said we multiple times. So Canary would notice this, I think. It's like, why would we do business with you? Someone with your type of money, we wouldn't do business with.
You know, you're right. I didn't put that together.
So as he's walking away, and you're like, wait, we?
Canary is
And he
gonna.
stalks off in a huff.
Canary is gonna like. Is Nemo? Did Nemo go with her, or did he go for something else today? That day.
He never really did, so I'm assuming you're alone.
Okay.
Oh, I wasn't. I was going along with whatever.
What?
You would have tagged along?
I had nothing better to do.
If
that
he
day,
did,
so.
then Nemo would say,
Okay.
or she would.
I would
like,
say he was probably conducting the same thing a little bit separate to you, but like he's at a distance, near enough that you could mind link to him and call over.
If she did, then she'd be like, it like mind linger over the ear and Nemo, go talk to that guy. I think it's an Algebear. Be nice to him.
Being about like 50 feet away from you, 100 feet away from you, like out of your range and everything of sight.
What guy?
The one walking off that way.
Where?
I'll pull him towards.
It's hard to tell.
where he's going.
There are people out. It is kind of crowded streets and everything to and fro. So I feel like I would say roll a perception check, but you honestly don't know. She doesn't know what he looks like. You couldn't really pick him out of a crowd. But Kanari, you could continue following if you don't want to lose track of this dude.
I would continue following him and tell him to follow me.
Okay. Nemo,
then-
she tells you to like, come on, it's right there. As you guys are walking through, and this man continues through, puffing, as he's like mumbling to himself. Kanari, you can hear at the distance you are with the ears that you have and everything. You can tell that he's a bit of a brat kind of thing. Young guy, a little older than you are, probably early 20s, but less mature all the way as he's walking about. Stops at one establishment as he goes in, does some sort of business. It's a butcher shop. You can smell based on the meat and everything. Steps back outside and
All
everything.
right, so when he
you're
goes
like,
in there,
that's it.
I'll be like, Nemo, go talk to him.
Mm-hmm. Nemo, she
Okay,
points
so
you
what-
at the butcher shop.
Yeah,
Steps through
so-
and she's like,
He's an Algebear. Try to befriend him.
It cut out a lot right after you like insulted him. What is an Algebear?
Oh, he belongs to the house that we're trying to, that's holding the auction. He's part of that household.
Oh,
So
and
you
you
get
pissed
in with
him off?
him.
Nice.
We have an in into the auction.
Okay, sure.
steps out again as he's writing on a piece of paper, scratches something off of some sort of list. You see him step out. Nemo, do you interject into his space, or
He's in
What do you
the
wanna do?
butcher's house. Where is he?
He was.
he's
just came
stepping out of the butcher shop right now? About a couple minutes later.
Oh, I thought I was following him into the.
No,
He wasn't there for very long. The amount of time that it took you guys to chat just now, he conducted his business, probably some sort of schedule, something. Steps out again,
Okay.
and he continues on his way, walking up the street. He's about to pause to walk into what looks to be some sort of bakery kind of thing to conduct some more business as he steps inside.
Anala's welcome to be here too if you want. I just didn't know if she had business on her own, but
And Nala, would you have been gone with them for the kind of the day's reconnaissance?
you're muted, by the way.
She, just to be safe, would have laid low for the day.
Fair
And
enough.
she would have read her new book.
Okay. So you're not with them? Is that what you're saying? You're reading your book?
Back at,
Okay.
yeah.
Go ahead and give me a history check as you're reading this book. And this will be how much you retain and stuff like that. Gain from it. Okay.
I swear
Nemo,
I'm not
what do you do?
lying
The
if
guy
you-
steps into the bakery,
I'm not lying
steps
if
out
you
again.
said it.
I'll just keep following him, I guess.
Keep in mind of what your role is, Anala. Don't forget it, and I'll come back to it in just a second. And you run into him.
No, I'll just keep following him.
He continues on his business. He'll continue on his business for a while unless you guys engage him. Like business being like he goes into a bakery. He went into the butcher shop. He goes into what looks you're not quite sure what kind of shop it is, but it's some sort of market. And he seems to just be conducting errands as he's bouncing between different local shops. And he does this for another 30 minutes, another 15, another 30.
What am I supposed to say to him, Kanari?
You guys are just kind of watching.
Tell him that you're. Make yourself look nice and tell him that you're a well-esteemed person who wants to buy some fine pieces of art. I don't know. Whatever rich, fancy people say. You're good at that.
That's like a super. How do I know that he's a rich, fancy art person?
Just say some random friend's name that sounds like they could know him. Be like, oh, I heard from so and so that you're an Aljaber. I want to know more about. Just pretend you know.
You see the Aljaber guy run into someone else. He's like, "Excuse you, this is a new suit. You couldn't afford this. Don't run into people that you can't afford to pay for their stuff." And he stomps off again. The person that ran into him, the older man, kind of like, what a dick. And he dusts himself off and everything and continues.
Am I wearing my?
Help him clean off his suit.
Am I wearing my nice suit?
I would say you probably didn't leave wearing your nice clothing.
We'll
But
roll
you
for
probably have it in a pack.
Odds I am.
Why would you
evens
put on
I'm
your
not.
nice clothing to go out into the
Only-
city for
That's
reconnaissance?
true.
I only have 2 outfits. Okay, one of them's dirty.
I guess that's fair.
I'm
Roll
wearing my
stealth
nice
checks to both
suit.
of you for following this guy for the past 2 hours.
Okay. I'm very stealthy.
That's not bad actually. 24.
That would be a dirty 20.
Both really good. He's not gonna see any. He doesn't care to notice anything.
When he gets hit by dust or whatever, or the person runs into him, I guess I'll go by him and be like, "Oh, sir," and oh no, I can't do that.
he
I
continues
can't.
walking, and the
I'll
moment
press
is gone.
prestidigitate and I'll clean his. I'll clean his.
You'll prestidigitate and clean his outfit.
Subtly.
So he
I will
stalks
settle.
off and he's like, "Oh, these people, these hooligans running into
Oh,
people."
sir.
This
Oh,
new
sir.
silk.
That new
What do you
silk I
want?
see. That is such a
It
shame.
is new silk. You have eyes. Good for you.
I'll prestidigitate and clean it.
Ah. That's different. Who are you?
Well, I am a merchant of fine silk, you might say. I enjoy.
A little
Someone
young to be a
wearing-
merchant, aren't you?
You're a little old to be wearing such a nice pair of clothing, aren't you?
I am not old. I'm only 28. Children. Upstarters.
Hey,
young
By the
entrepreneurs,
way,
steps
aren't you part? Oh, what's that group? That group that they think they're hot stuff. The merchant. No, not merchant.
turns back to you.
You guys you do
The
auctions and
Aljaber
stuff, right?
family. Is that what you're trying to think of?
Aljaber, that's
We are
right.
very rich, very well known across the city.
I'm sorry. I knew I had seen you guys on like a eighth of a newspaper page or something like that. I don't know.
We were on the front.
Aljaber. Oh wow, you guys have I'm good job. I'm very impressed.
We don't need you to be impressed, whoever you are.
Actually,
We are a very impressive family in our own right.
now that I think
I don't
about
know why I'm speaking to you. Leave me alone. Continue,
sir. Actually, now that I think about it,
What?
aren't you
Turns
having an
back.
auction in several days' time?
No.
I think you are. I'm pretty sure you are.
We're not. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think I remember. Oh, who told me? I can't even remember his name. Told me you were having an auction this weekend, perhaps. It was.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Our family doesn't hold
sir.
auctions. We deal in merchandising and factorial factories things and steps away and continues trying to walk away from me.
Oh, sir, you and I both know that what we do as our side hustles is, doesn't need to be mainstream. On the down low, I hold some auctions myself, but,
You're at this point walking alongside him as he's like trying to like not make eye contact with you and like trying to like sidle away from you as you say this, but roll persuasion check.
Persuasion, you say? I be charismatic. 17.
17. Literal room. Okay. He goes, well, then you would know that any side hustles or businesses we might partake in every once in a while would not be spoken of in broad daylight. And he's saying this not really that under his breath. Like, despite what he's saying of being like, let's keep this on the down low, he's like saying it out loud, and it's not really like very subtle anyway. So it's a little bit counterintuitive in what he's saying. But
I'm gonna, as he says this, I'm gonna look around and I'm gonna
like, okay.
I'm gonna raise my voice as loud as, like, not yelling, but like pretty loud and be like, does anyone care about my business?
He pulls you over to the side, pulls you into like kind of a small awning little alcove here next to his shop and everything. And
the like, poor people do not
understand what you're doing. You could get us killed or something.
The poor people couldn't do anything even if they cared to. What are they gonna say?
Wrong there, but the poor people aren't who I'm worried about. It's the rich people who are enemies. Don't you have enemies? I'm sure you do.
You think the rich people are out right now? The rich people have their
They're always out. You would do well. Take this little piece of wisdom, young child, young boy. The rich are always awake, always watching.
I prefer to flaunt my enticing deals rather than hide in alleyways with them.
I would as well, except my father thinks differently. But alas, we must deal with family if family is the one we must deal with.
Tell me about it. Family's always the most difficult. Going back to my point earlier, I would be interested in attending this auction. Would you by chance be interested in sponsoring another?
Sponsoring what?
What are you into?
All kinds of things. Surprise me.
I mean, I have more of this silk, actually. To be honest, I have a higher thread count than this even. But, if you're interested in that, maybe?
Silk boys may try again.
How about, Mageborn?
A Mageborn. Yourself? And he kind of leers at you a little bit.
Oh, Mageborn are the best at catching Mageborn. And I'll sparkle some prestidigitation or something.
Yes. You're saying you've caught some of your kind, and you're willing to sell them?
Oh, sell them. Don't be so crass.
I am
He's
willing.
also not talking under his breath, by the way. He like shushed you earlier, but now he's just talking in the open in this alleyway with no concerns. Even though there are people passing by periodically, as he says, sell people, and you say like, "Don't be so crass," as someone's like walking by, kind of glances over.
Don't be so crass. I am merely helping someone get some work, helping some people
course,
of
of course.
lower born status get some profitable, get them up in the world,
Roll a persuasion check.
I have
Just move
never
on to the
loved
conversation.
Nemo so much.
This is working out very well. This character of a dude, like,
Um,
of Kanori running into anyone, like, of luck and everything, this is the guy to run into.
it is a dirty 20 again.
30-20 again. Okay. Natural 2. Okay, so this guy's like, okay. So, you're wanting to do some philanthropic work for some people down on their luck. Of course, people born with interesting abilities. Of course. What would you say? Describe them to me. See if I. Oh, not here. How about tonight? Tonight at the Pleasure House. How about that? We'll talk.
Okay. And would you like me to purchase one of your favorites for the night?
Did you just offer to buy this man a whore?
Yes.
Of course. The only polite thing to do. I'll see you then. Tonight, we'll say hour after sunset. Bring the finest
Make it a
drink,
deal
finest
after
bottle
you
that you can find. And then we'll talk, see what you have to offer. My father didn't like what I brought to the auction earlier, weeks ago. Maybe you have something better. A mage war will definitely blow everyone else out of the water. So, if you can, bring the wares. I'd like to see firsthand. And what's your name? I should probably get to know you better before we do business.
Oh, Sin. As all my favorite wares are.
Did you say Sin?
Yeah.
That sounds like. Never mind.
For Cindy?
Sin. Okay, Sin. Any gives a little bow to you. A little bit of a formal little bow. Goes, I am Alikabat of the Aljaberes. I'll see you.
Alikabat? What was
Who?
that?
Alikabat.
Ali
Yeah.
Kabat?
Alikabat.
Alibaba.
The youngest son of the Aljaberes. The most
Alikabat.
important one. I have business to attend to. I will see you tonight. Bring the wares. I want to see them. It's fortuitous that I ran into you this day. And he steps away and merges back into the crowd. Oh, your headphones again.
What happened?
Her headphones.
Oh.
I love Nemo so much right now.
This is actually really great. I'm very proud of you.
This is really great. I love that interaction. Okay. So, do you guys have anything else to do for the day? It's about 3 p.m. or so into the day for this last day before the resurrection happens. Is anything else that you want to achieve before the evening, Nemo, when you have your encounter there?
We still have to find a soul.
That's
Ooh,
true.
we do.
I don't want to be the Debbie of downers, but
Uh-huh.
if I probably can't go much longer than now,
Okay.
maybe a little bit longer. Like we can clean things up, but
I
not
can't
much longer.
either.
I
I
mean-
need to go to bed in like an hour.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then before we'll leave off then, Enola, what was your roll for your history check?
I swear I'm not making these up. 28.
28. Okay, no worries.
Holy.
28.
Not bad.
You read the
I've seen
history.
better.
There's a good amount of different information that you
Who
gather.
rolled 30
Basically,
then?
history of the
I did
gods,
too.
as the writer Samuel writes it. He's an author in Elfkar. Actually, this book is probably not quite a legally traded book. He's an author in Elfkar, a runaway from Tal. You read as the part of the bio of the authors, but it gives a lot of information about the gods and at least what is said about them and everything. So you have some god lore, which we can delve more into maybe come next session. But before we end here, I do want to go to Karhali. Karhali, give me one more wisdom check before we end here.
All right. I was really hoping we would get to this so I didn't have to leave this hanging and leave
Last
them
and final
hanging.
one. Yeah. This
Okay.
one, go ahead and roll it. Is this an additional Shia?
Yeah. So I'm
Okay.
at 4. I'm keeping count. So that is
And this is coming into the night. So the day is past for you. This is verging on like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. as you check. As you're connected once more and you're exhausted, you've been draining yourself silly for this,
Have we
reaching
checked
deeper
in on
and
her
deeper.
in the past 2 days? Or no?
I would say you guys peeked in and everything, but she was very much like engaged and rolling. That it was kind of like okay, we'll leave you to it
Yeah.
kind of deal.
22.
22. Okay.
Wait. Yeah,
So
22.
good. So after days of staying in the same spot, you've made new imprints into this rug. You've worn it thinner than it was before, just being here. As heavy and big as you are, the prints have extended. The wicks, the candles have burnt out multiple times. The same woman who's come in and replaced them has come in and replaced them multiple times. At this point, the new set of candles is about half as it's been burning down. The scent of the wax and the smoke in the air filling your nostrils. The sounds at a distance of the sewers and the scum that live here is distant and barely filters into your mind. The sense of the sewer itself barely filters into your mind at this point as you've been reaching deeper and deeper, and there was one jump where you tugged even further into something other, and now that's all you are. That's all you sense. It's all you can feel around you. So now, as you are sensing all of that, and then nothing, it's as though you're in darkness. It's as though you can't see anything. At this moment, you're shaken from that all of a sudden. You're shaken from that darkness. You're back here within the sewers, but you're not within the sewers. You're opening your eyes to what seems like an actual temple. Like you're on the floor of a dark, gray, shimmering stone floor with grass at the edges. You can see what seems to be a courtyard to your right, a courtyard to your left. There's sunlight within this area instead of the sewers where there is no sun. You can see light cascading from the sides, from these arches, and in front of you, a large shrine. Not the small, low table and the bowl of water. Instead, you see a large pool of water and a large statue that reaches high into this cavernous temple, going high up, maybe 80 feet up. And it's of a woman, of face, a woman without eyes. There's no carved eyes into this visual of her. Instead, it's just the rest of a face. Beautiful hair that's coming down in curls, and the curls themselves seem to be filled with flowers, just littering the hair of the statue itself. You can see her holding in front of her an old-fashioned, like weighted scale, and it's even in front of you. Down near her feet, where you are, you can see into the pool of water.
and you're about maybe 2 feet away from the pool at the feet of this statue. The water shimmers, it shakes, and then finally you see mist rising up from it. And the mist kind of surrounds you. It's like you're in a fog, you're in a cloud. And the mist lifts until finally it forms a figure. At the base of this statue, at the feet of the statue, you see a large figure step out of the mist, forming into a humanoid, until finally you see a woman with wings that branch out. There's no colored features, nothing. It's just the form of a woman made out of mist. About 4 feet taller than you are, larger than you are in general. And this woman strikes you not as a god should in this moment. Somehow you just know that this isn't Janora who stands before you, but rather an emissary, as this celestial itself stands before you, larger than you've ever seen a creature to be, or at least more weighted than a creature that you've ever seen before, with more power than you've met before, stands before you. He goes, I was called here by the natural mother. Who appeals to she?
Karali Bearsbane of Tribe Torstendraki.
She opens the wings that have been kind of furled next to her, and they extend 20 feet across, something like that, broad. And you're cast in the shadow of these mist wings as the light that's coming in from the sides are caught up by her wings that surround you. Speak.
I don't come to you to ask power. I come that I might offer my own to her. We are both of the earth, and I believe of similar goals. So, by my strength...
You claim that a small mortal such as yourself has goals aligned with she?
Goals in that I see her sister running rampant. And I know the gods don't grace our realm anymore. They rely on us mere mortals to do their will, as I've seen.
And you think yourself such a mortal? To be the arms, the hands of Janora herself in Mesona.
By my strength, my bond with the spirits, and by my Kira, I will dedicate my life to keeping the balance of her order and her sister's chaos. I will see to it she runs rampant here no longer. And in return, I have but a small request, which I believe would also fill her interest. A request to restore some balance.
At this moment, when you explain your intentions here, and you're standing in this visualized temple, instead of the temple, the scene changes, and instead you're standing on a pillar high in the sky, reaching up into the clouds, and you're above the clouds. You're looking down on Mesona itself, and you're standing on this pillar. The edges around you, not even 5 feet across. You could step off and plummet to your death. And you see this great winged creature in front of you, flapping its wings high in the sky with you as you're staring up into the sun controlled by Janora herself, and a world run by Janora herself. She says, "What request and what do you offer?"
I know I'm only one person, a mortal. I'm a small speck on the map with enough righteous anger, hope, and unwillingness to yield, and enough ego to fuel both my God complex and Savior complex to back that all up. I know I'm small, but I swear, on the graves of the loves I've lost, I'm going to make some waves. My request is that she restore the balance here. This cub we lost, Itol Barden. She has the potential to turn the tides of chaos in this country. I believe it would be in Janora's best interest to bring her back. To bring some semblance of order back to this God's forsaken country. We have the power to bring her back, but she requires an equivalent exchange.
A
Deem my
soul
offer
for a soul,
sufficient,
a life for a life.
and
That
that's
is
what I offer.
law requires.
I'm offering to spend my life in the service of order.
The winged creature flaps again, and your hair is brushed back every time she's been flapping to keep herself abreast of you, top of this pillar, high, high in the sky. And this time she sweeps her wings and she comes closer, and her large body, dwarfing yours, leans into you, her face almost the size of your head to your waist, as she looks at you and looks deeply within you. She says, "Your life for Itol Barden's. Your life in service to a goddess you have never served before. You are ready and willing to offer this?"
That's funny. Someone in service to a god isn't familiar with faith.
I was asking if you were familiar with the concept yourself, child. Do you know what it is to believe? Do you know what it is to have faith?
I've had faith in people. It's not worked out so well for me.
Why would it work out now?
Because I have no other options.
Roll me a persuasion check.
18.
18. And instead of being on this pillar, you're back in the temple. And the creature, not quite of mist anymore, instead she's fully fleshed out in front of you as she was in the sky. She filters back to mist as she steps back, her wings slowly falling. She goes, "If you wish to give your life in service, then our mistress calls for an act in faith.
If she
You will
deems
see a
my
vision."
offer, if she deems my offer sufficient, we have a deal.
You will see a vision. And if you wish to act in faith, the goddess will accept you into her ranks. And she sinks down into the pool of water until she's
Real
back.
quick, just
Still
for the
alive.
record, I'm not gonna like die or anything, right? This is like a I'm gonna continue living kind of thing.
As you say this, if you open your eyes again, or you blink, and you're back in the sewer, back with a small, tiny shrine and a bowl of water shimmering in front of you.
Cool. I'm gonna take that as a yes. And we're just gonna like go with it, right?
The candles have flickered to the quick and have died
Cool.
at this point.
Cool.
And
That's
the smoke is in the air.
great.
And you are exhausted. You are so drained. You are like a pool of water completely dried out from an oasis during a famine and drought.
Can I
That was cool.
make a cup of tea, or should I find the group first? What kind
You
of
start
time
to
am I
stand
looking
up.
at here?
And you wobble a bit on your knees as you've been on your knees for so long, and it's very painful. And you straighten up, and your legs are very much jelly as you make your way to the surface.
Okay. Yeah, I probably
You're
don't want to
like-
sleep down here by myself.
I don't know where the people are. Where are they? As you emerge on the Rio side Rio side ward.
Did they
And
tell me where
no
they
idea.
were gonna be?
Nope. No clue.
All right. Like not even when they visited? Didn't tell me where they were?
Nope.
All right. Cool.
We'll find you at
So-
some point.
I guess I'm gonna. Okay, what ward is Durlon's shop in?
Crier ward, which
Crier ward?
you are 2 wards away. You have the console ward on one side of you, on the left, basically, and then you have the.
I'm not worried about the. I'm not worried about the military anymore. I'm gonna. I'll go to the. Because I don't want to stay in the ward that I'm at, right?
It's a
Probably.
residential ward. You could probably find an inn easily enough here. It's basically housing. It's a lot of housing.
Okay.
It's like the ward itself contains enough for people to not have to leave the ward and can just live here and do their daily business and stuff like that. The other wards are more for specialized like businesses and factories, guilds, markets and such.
I'm gonna go to the inn that I was at when I met Merrick for drinks because I'm familiar with that and I know where it is.
Okay. It is in the middle of the night, by the way. You go,
Yeah.
you cross through the place. The inn itself isn't closed; it's open. Bar's pretty late, but there's not very many people in there. Anyone who is in there, you see a couple people kind of slumped over the bar, but not so many. It's not like it's not like a lower class kind of place. Ooh,
Where does he go?
Her computer
Um,
restarted.
Just to make this brief, I'm gonna get a room and a cup of hot water with which I'm going to make a cup of my tea. What is it called again? I think it's the calming tea
mm-hmm.
that lets you get the shorter long rest.
Yeah.
And I'm also going to pour a shot from one of the flasks I got from the sand scars into that. And I'm gonna crash.
Carly crashes with the goddess's promises, or at least goddess's intentions on her mind. Go ahead and mark off another use of this tea, and it does help calm you and help you fall asleep faster. And with that, we shall end our session. Fun stuff.
Whew. For the record, not gonna be a paladin, guys. Just so you know.
Just so you know. And that is what I did want to. Well, no, wait. I already know. I forgot.
We
I
talked
was
about
like, wait,
this.
what is she? Yeah, we talked about this. I already know. Cool beans.
Well,
So you're giving up your
I
life
hope-
basically for.
I hope that answers everyone's question about, hey, we really need to get a soul. for this exchange, I got y'all covered.
So you're
A
giving
life
your
for a
soul.
life.
Well, this will be a separate conversation that we're gonna have later.
More so, she's giving her future, which
Well,
Shamar
she's
would
giving her
consider
life.
an even exchange. Her life.
I think
Maybe
law and
her life in
order, goddess of
service,
law and
maybe
order,
her death.
means that her death is.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's fine because, being
More
dedicated to
acceptable.
order, that's like something that she wanted to do anyways.
It works. I love it so
So
much.
in her mind, she's like, oh yeah, goddess of nature,